Okay then, it's British Rental Kart Championship semi-finals time. My name's James Auld, I'm commentator of the British Rental Kart Championship. Here with me, co-commentator, is Spanners Ready. And Spanners, here is the first semi-final. We've had basically the heat races taking place, and they have knocked out a number of drivers. The semi-final races, the three of them, and effectively it's the right to continue scoring. So, continuing to score here, well, we've got an absolute all-star cast down there. Some really big names have missed the cut, and the one who's missed the cut by the tightest margin, 31st place, former world champion Greg Laporte. So if someone of that caliber is getting knocked out, you know this is a serious lineup, Spans, and it's going to get very, very intense. Now these guys are looking to continue scoring. Now that does mean that sometimes the winner isn't a given for getting through, because he may have just scraped in. If you remember last year, the scrapiest of the scrapers was Sam Spinell, who barely managed to make the semi-final, but did enough in the semi-final to actually put himself through to the final itself. We're going to go down to 30 drivers, 3 heats of 10, and that will give us 10 drivers going forward for the actual final itself. So all to play for here. Now, let's have a look here. We've got not the lineup we've got the semi-final coming up. I think it looks like Hollink down there on the pole position, Sean Brierley's down there, and Logan Sune we can see. So we'll be calling these names as they go out. It looks like, yeah, Dean Hale has made it, he's down there, and Ryan Smith, and yeah, so we've got some real heavy hitters in this race, and we'll call them as they come out. So we're just waiting to get the racing underway. They're just sorting out a few things with the track marshals down there. Spanners, we've seen some epic action already. What do you think we're going to see in this semi-final?
Well, I think this is the time when you're going to see people who know that they're going home unless they produce at any given moment. So looking at the back here, you've got people who are going to qualify. To start with now, in this semi-final, everyone's qualifying in the kart they're sitting in. Of course, when we get to the final, it's going to be single kart on track. Everyone takes turns in the same kart, and they're going to have a chance to qualify to make it super duper equal for the sake of the final. But in the semi-finals, it's as you were for the heats. So looking down in front of me here, we don't have a lineup for the semi-finals yet, but I can see Healy lined up in the 20 kart, Smith there. Some last-minute words though with the marshals. You're hoping that people aren't going to swap karts at this point. Actually, there's some very relaxed poses down there as well.
Yes, it is. I mean, you look there, that's Dean Hale, and he's kind of got his leg out of the kart. He's chatting with one of the circuit marshals there. And yeah, Lee Hackett behind. Look at the eyes of Lee Hackett. There he is behind. Lee Hackett's in the white helmet there, double British champion. So you've got the very relaxed Dean Hale there in the number 12, but behind in the 21, look at the difference in eyes, Dean Hale to Lee Hackett there.
You're supposed to keep your hands and arms in the kart at all times, I think.
Yes, you are.
That's part of the video as well.
Dean Hale looks like he's, well, just about chilling out, really, isn't he? Unless he's keeping the tyre warm, perhaps.
That could be a
there
tactic.
is the foot of Dean Hale, and it is, of course, the right foot, so it's the rapid foot. And so Dean Hale there, he is making his BRKC debut. There's Lee Hackett behind. And now the qualifying is getting underway. And so we were looking there at Dean Hale. But in this semi-final, we've got Marcel Hollink, we've got Sean Brierley, we've got Logan Sune, Marius Novicki, Dante Dillon. What a win by him earlier on. Dean Hale, who we saw, we've got Lee Hackett, we've got Ryan Smith, who I identified as well. Brandon Williams is there, and Dan Healy. Now this is going to be tough. Now, Brandon Williams, just want to draw your attention to, he's the only one in ages to have beaten Ruben Boutins in a straight fight.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of people this weekend. So he had 1 5th place. Apart from that, he's won the other 3. So he's won 3 out of 4 races. I think a lot of people will have been looking at him throughout the heats and gone, yeah, he's a real threat for not just the semi-finals, not just the finals, but a championship win possibly.
Absolutely right there. He is the potential for it. They're completing, well, one more drive to come through, Brandon Williams, and after that we will be completing the qualifying. So from here on in, it's a qualifying lap. Here comes Marcel Hollink. What can he do? He's going to set the tone, but Sean Brierley's fast.
Hey, and there's a packed balcony. You're all on camera. Can we get the people on the balcony to give us a big wave to the people watching on the live stream?
Okay, and meantime it's Logan Sune who set the pace, and he's been beaten by Dean Hale. Dean Hale is provisionally fastest in semi-final 1. Dean Hale, Lee Hackett's come through, Ryan Smith's come through, but it's still Dean Hale from Logan Sune and Sean Brierley. Now Dean Hale is making his debut in the BRKC. One more person, this Brandon Williams. What can he do? He's only 8th. Oh. Dean Hale is going to take this one from the top. The BRKC debutant, Dean Hale, has put it into 1st place. Logan Sune 2nd, Sean Brierley 3rd. This could be something, Spanners.
That's a big upset to see Brandon Williams only in 8th place, but he's still got a big points total. So even finishing midfield, he might still have a chance of getting into the final.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, that's the way to look at it. You've got to remember, folks, especially those of you at home watching on the live feed, it's the semi-final one, but it's not essentially knockout in the traditional British sense. Remember, we're running to international rules here in the British Rental Kart Championship, and that means that the semi-final is effectively the right to continue scoring. 100 drivers started the first round of heats. We're now down to 30 for the semi-final, and they are in position there, and of those 30, 10 in each race continue to score. Luckily for him, Brandon Williams, although he's 8th, as Spanners pointed out, is in a position where he's got a few points in the bag. So although he may finish further down the order, he could well outpoint some people who are actually finishing ahead. So here they come to start semi-final number 1. Dean Hale leads the way. He's a debutant. He's a reigning Formula TKM champion. So we'll see what happens here. But he's switching to indoor. He's on the gas now. Logan Sune following, and Sean Briley. It's a great start. Remember, these are some of the best in the world now, and Dean Hale is in front of him. So into the snow section. Spanners, it's the start Hale needed.
Brandon Williams not making any progress. He's stuck behind Rob Smith, so you'd be looking for him to make progress very quickly. Everyone quite smoothly through the snail section there. So no changes so far. Are these races 20 minutes?
Yeah, similar sort of time. So same time as the heats, the 20-minute race. But Dean Hale continues to lead. Now we come back to this old situation. Logan Sune, he knows a lot of the competitors around him, but he won't know Dean Hale. He won't know Dean Hale at all, and Logan Sune is second. So what is his plan going to be? Is it going to be to hit the front as soon as possible? Will we see some early pit stops? Oh, Sune all sideways. That's not how to drive an indoor kart, and that's why it's cost him a little bit. But he's back on the back of Dean Hale. Sean Briley running in 3rd, looking good there. Onto the backstretch, a bit of a gap from Briley back to Mariusz Nowicki building up there. Mariusz Nowicki, we've seen him, the former champion there in Poland, and Dean Hale is in the lead as they come around to complete another lap. Logan Sune is in 2nd. Logan Sune, we've got someone in the pits already. It's the 20, it's Dan Healy. Dan Healy pits out of this one.
Well, it's an early throw of the dice. So where did Healy start? Where's he pitted from?
I think he was around about 6th or 7th, I believe. So there is the race leader. That's Dean Hale with the British flag on the top of his helmet. Logan Sune, the Belgian, is right behind him with Sean Briley, another British driver. And Sune is following Hale in. Hale very defensive already. Side by side, look like Nowicki on Briley, but Briley got in, and it's awfully sideways there. Someone getting pushed out of position. The 16, Nowicki's the big loser there. Brandon Williams is trying to make up some time. He's made up on Smith, but Smith comes back at Williams. Williams cuts inside of him, and I think Williams made up the space.
He did,
but
yeah.
There was a big load of confusion going down there. It's still Hale that leads from Sune, though.
Williams was quite lucky to keep pointing forward there, because Smith had his left wheel into his right rear. It could easily have ended in tears, but Williams gains a place overall.
That's exactly how to spin someone out, isn't it?
If you were trying to, I think Smith has been quite polite there.
Absolutely, and now Sune is already waving. I'm not sure whether he's he's looking back at Briley as if to say, we can't really be pushing and shoving here. They can't afford to let Dean Hale get away. Now, Sune, of course, knows a lot of drivers around him from the international scene, but he never will have seen Dean Hale before, so he has no clue about what Hale is like as a driver, and I'm not so much thinking in terms of how fast he is, more about how he is strategic.
Yeah, will he cooperate? Can he say to him, get on with it, or should he just try and get up there, up the inside, and get away as quickly as possible? We have a pit already. Who's this? 13. That's Briley.
Briley, one of the top British hopes, and so is Lee Hackett, another top British hope. So Sean Briley, is it going to be green? Was that good? We'll have to double check on that one. Lee Hackett, former British champion, double champion. So yeah. Hackett comes out now. Sean Briley, we've seen him get in trouble in pit stops in previous editions of the BRKC, but I think he got away with that one now. I think it was good, but cut very fine indeed.
Lee Hackett was running, I think, relatively something like 7th or 8th there, so he's pitted out of the pack to see if he can release himself, but he did have to lift off and be quite slow waiting for the green light. I think he might have set off just a touch early.
Okay, of course Lee Hackett couldn't have come in any closer to Sean Briley without getting affected there. We'll see what happens with Sean Briley. Oh, and unfortunately it was a bad pit stop. He was a sub-10 second when it was either a blinder or a bad one, and unfortunately it was a bad one. And look at Dean Hale, he's waving back to Sune, trying to do a deal, and I think Sune's looked at him and said,
all right,
mate, clear off. It didn't look like a very positive response from Sune, but we'll see what the Belgian has to offer. Of course he is, we keep saying he's a member of that Blue Star team. That is the top team outfit in all of international karting. Down the inside, Sune competitions when he Dean Hale's come back on him, and Sune's forced back into position. So any hope of a deal that Dean Hale hoped for has gone out the window really with Sune. Sune's shown what his intentions are. Side by side down the backstretch.
Well, there's your answer, isn't it, to your deal? Sune's said a firm nope.
Absolutely, but look who's third. It's the almighty Dante Dillon, and it's Dean Hale into the pits. Hale, the race leader, pits.
That's surprised me. Who does he think he's losing time to at the moment?
Probably losing time to getting punted around by Logan Sune. And Dean Hale, traditionally you'd think that blocking someone would be not a reason to come in the pits. Logan Sune will probably be keen to see a bit of clear space in front of him. He does need to pull away from Dante Dillon. But Dillon has definitely got the bit between his teeth this weekend.
But Hale's come out behind Healy and behind Briley, so I'm not sure that was the best move.
And look who's third, it's Brandon Williams. Brandon Williams is in third place there, and the most amazing thing about that is it's not just a case of, oh yeah, well he's made up because some people have gone in the pits. He's actually physically closer to Logan Sune than he was at the very start of the race when they were all nose to tail. There's your race leader on screen now, Logan Sune, the Belgian ace, member of the Blue Star Racing team. And Dante Dillon, Brandon Williams behind him. And number 16 there, of course, is Nowicki, the former Polish champ, and Ryan Smith in the mix there too, on screen.
Does Brandon Williams want to be here behind Dante Dillon? You start putting Dante Dillon under pressure and you put him into defensive mode, he'll go into defensive mode very well.
Yes, absolutely. Some strong defensive mode. We saw him win with some epic defending earlier on, and Dante Dillon is ahead of Brandon Williams. Brandon Williams is another of the drivers who've made a sparkling debut here at the BRKC. Brandon Williams, the only person to actually take a win from Ruben Boutens, arguably on merit. So an incredible performance there by Brandon Williams in third place. Ryan Smith in the pits.
Okay, Ryan Smith, does he gamble? He stopped a long way back from the red light to try and time it to get the best possible run. He's got that group of Briley, Healy and Hackett gone past him, but will he get out in front of Lee Hackett?
Yeah, he's side by side with Hackett, and Hackett's done him. Hackett's gone round the outside, entering the snail section there, and Hackett has the lead. Well, not the lead, but he's in front of Ryan Smith, getting excited there. But Hackett has done what he needed to do. Lee Hackett, if he wants to become a 3-times champion, needs to be doing this sort of thing, and he's got a few ahead. He's waving back to Ryan Smith. Maybe he just wants to keep things calm and allow them both to leapfrog drivers ahead. So still we've got Logan Sune leading, Dante Dillon second, Brandon Williams third, Nowicki is third, Hollink is fourth, Briley, Healy, Hale, Hackett and Smith. Now Hackett and Smith are bringing it back. They have pitted, but we know they're very strong. They're not going to be at the back all race long. There is Ryan Smith on picture there with Lee Hackett in the blue suit in front of him. Lee Hackett, the Red Bull kart fight suit there. That's indicated that he was a kart fight finalist a few years ago when they were running that competition, which proves he was very good indeed, obviously alongside his double British Championship wins, one after another. So great show there by Lee Hackett, and the Scotsman Ryan Smith right there with him. Logan Sune continues to lead. It looks like we're all quiet in the pit lane for a bit. 12 minutes left to go, so plenty of time for pit stops, even if people are pitting early or mid-race. Cameraman focusing on the back there with Lee Hackett and Ryan Smith. Isn't it incredible to be talking about people at the back when you're dealing with Lee Hackett and Ryan Smith's back? No,
definitely. And if you look at Sune now, I think he is probably the net leader if he makes a good pit stop. I'm not quite sure. Was it Healy that was out in front? No, it wasn't Healy that was out in front, was it? Was it Hale?
It was Hale.
Yeah.
Hale is 11.8 behind, so Sune has, he was wise to stay out. Yeah. Hale actually could have probably done with staying in front of him, as it turns out.
Yeah, I didn't understand why he came in then.
Yeah, you did question the move when it happened. At the moment, Sune, we can expect to make a pit stop in about 10 seconds, which will put him where Healy is now. Dan Healy, of course, is in 7th place. So Sune pitted now. He'd be side by side with him. Of course, he's not going to want to do that. He's going to want to be well clear with quite a lot of people. I think Sune's going to have to go long run on this one.
So that's the key gap to watch, isn't it? It's Sune back down to Healy, which is currently 10.8 and growing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Sune is going to want to see at least 11, 12 seconds on Healy for that. And maybe even the same on Briley. In fact, he's going to want to be as far up as he can. He wants at least 11 seconds on as many of those people behind him as he can. just for safety's sake. As I say to those watching at home on the live stream, we figure on around about 10-11 seconds at this level being what the pit stop's going to be. So if you can get that far ahead of someone, you can pit and come out in front of them without having to fight anybody at all. Okay, so Logan Sune continues and leads 16 laps in. He's got 2 seconds over Dante Dillon. So there's Sune on screen. There's Dillon. But look at Brandon Williams. He's right with Dante Dillon now. Now, this is where the action could be. And we've seen some serious action from Brandon Williams. Brandon Williams is the only one who's been able to hold it to Ruben Bootson's spanners. Yeah,
there's some action, though, further down the pack, because Smith is really having a go at Hackett as well. I'm not quite sure where that's going to work out once everybody's done their pit stops, but they're certainly going for it.
Yes, they are. And what they're going to have to do is be careful they don't over-go for it, if you like, because, you know, if they take time out of each other, that's all to the benefit of this man here, Logan Sune, the current race leader. He is now 11.1 seconds ahead of Healy, so theoretically, he'd be able to stop and come out in front of Healy. There's no way he's going to pit now, but that would mean he would be guaranteed out of the pits in front of Healy.
Williams all the way up to the back bumper of Dante Dillon as they go through the snail, and I think that is going to slow the both of them down, because Dillon does tend to go into defensive mode, and that gap now to Sune is 2.5 seconds.
Absolutely, and virtual can't manage a time spanners.
All right.
Williams in.
Oh, I don't know, because where does that drop him back?
That's the big question.
That drops
him
back
area.
Behind Hale. No, I think at the moment he's got to either reassure Dillon that he's not about to thump his way past, or just settle for the fact that he's probably definitely in the final with a third place.
In fairness, they are running fast. I mean, Brandon Williams has to think about that. The thing with Brandon Williams is he's never had to think about things like that before, and that's going to be the questionable area. We've seen he's got the speed, but more than ever he needs the strategy. This is BRKC debut. We run to international rules here, so it's a little bit different to what you would expect a British karting event to be like. I mean, pit stops for starters. Whoever stops the car in pits during a race in the British Championship event, unless it's BRKC. But looking at it, Sean Briley's the fastest, but Dante Dillon and Brandon Williams are lapping within 0.2 of a second on the moment. So these guys, they might be nose to tail, but they are both very fast.
So potentially, actually, Williams is a net fifth, which then isn't as comfortable, because I assume there are certain perks to finishing higher up the table, even amongst those that get to the final.
Sort of. I think it's going to base the higher point scoring means you get the kart draw first. Okay. So if you're the top point scorer, you draw whichever kart you want, or you pick the kart. So you know, it will give him that theoretical advantage. So obviously during the tournament, people will have seen which karts they kind of get on better with, more than others. I mean, Formula Fast are renowned for getting all the entire fleet to within 0.2 of a second with the same test driver. Obviously, though, each individual driver will have their eye on a particular car that they feel they've got on better with. Obviously, different driver styles create different situations within the car. But Logan Sune obviously has got a car he likes, because he is leading the way by 3 seconds now. Dillon and Williams are maintaining a high speed, and of course Logan Sune is the fastest on the track. He's got the record lap for this particular semi-final, and he is out there, and he is looking good, Spanish.
Looking very good, James.
There is Logan Sune on screen there. He's running on his own. In fact, you can see there's Sune turning in, and that's how far back second place is. Logan Sune, one of the finest in the world at the moment.
So I think the situation for Williams and Dante Dillon is getting worse, in that relatively they are losing that pit window to Healy and Hale at the moment. So I think, yeah, pit manager, what would I tell him to do? Ideally, get past Dillon.
Yeah, I mean, if we consider the time there on screen, this is beneficial for those of you at home watching on the live stream, but if you consider that 10, 11 seconds, probably more like 10 at this point now, with the level of drivers, we're looking at 3.4 seconds to 13.7 for Hale. There's Dillon versus Hale. So just, you know, in a little while, maybe Dillon could make a stop and stay ahead of Hale when he came out of the pits. And that's what he would need to do. Hitting now would be borderline suicide, but to do it in a couple of laps' time, he may have enough space and time to do it. Williams the same, a little bit further on in. So that's really what they'd be considering. Then they can see these gaps on the track. You know, there's various points around the track with a displayed screen. They've also got people, their own people, strategically placed, shall we say, out of view spanners, you know, around the track. And we've been seeing some signals appearing on camera to random people.
Totally legal, of course. Into the pits comes
Marcel Hollink in the pits now. Marcel Hollink, he's in the middle of the race there. He was 5th. He's dropped a place to Briley. He's dropped a place to Healy. It's a good stop, but he's dropped a place to Hale. So Marcel Hollink down to 8th. In fact, Marcel Hollink is now dropped to last, behind the Hackett and Smith battle, and no one will be more relieved about that than Lee Hackett and Ryan Smith. Dillon, Brandon Williams in the 10. Look at the ease of movement through the corners there. You've got to keep it easy, or else you will be losing time. Dante Dillon, what a tournament he's had. He's had one race win in the bag. We'll see what happens to the rest of his scores, whether or not he makes it through to the final. But he's doing about the best he can to do that. Logan Sune is trying to check out. He's got a 4-second lead over the driver we're looking at, Dante Dillon. There's Sune coming out of view now, the Belgian. And here comes Dante Dillon, the local driver. And Dante Dillon doing everything he can in the 14 there. Spanners, it's been a great show from Dillon, hasn't it? It really has.
Yeah, and he tends to impress when he starts high up the grids and he can hold on to his position. And at the moment, he's showing, keeping Brendan Williams behind you is no mean feat whatsoever. So he's showing he can make that cart nice and wide. However, there is a price to that. And if we look back to Hale, it's now only just over 10 seconds. So I think Williams, he's not going to be able to hit. He's got to wait for now Dillon to get out of the way to roll the dice first. And see if he's got enough time to make a pit window. So it's not looking amazing as far as this race goes for Williams. 16.
Maris Nowicki, the former Polish champion. He's coming out of the pits now. He was quite well up the order, but he's going to tumble down because obviously those are pitted behind him, and he does go down to just ahead of Marcel Hollink. And Hollink is actually challenging for position because Hollink has speed, but Nowicki has got track position. And again, they've been leapfrogged by Hackett Smith. This is playing into Hackett's hands. But you've got to bring that question about Healy, Hale, and where is Dillon going to come out? Because Dillon, it's going to take a blinder of pit stop to come out from Hale. It really is.
So we think that Sune can pit and come out in front of Healy into a net first. And I think then the question mark is over Dillon and Williams and where they can come out versus Hale.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Hale was the early leader. Remember, he came into the pits in front of Logan Sune, the Belgian. And
released Sune, though, didn't he? He released him.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happened. He's released him. And someone in the pits, yes, they are. It's Brandon Williams.
There we go. He's rolled the dice.
This is very important here. This is going to tell us a lot about what happened with Dillon. Where is Brandon Williams going to come out? He's waiting for the lights. It feels like forever.
It's not enough. It's not enough. I think Hale's going to have him. He's going to go around the outside. Williams throws his hands up. He's consigned to it. Now Williams is not stuck behind Dillon anymore. He's going to have Hale to take on.
Hale slices across the front of Brandon Williams as Williams came out of the pits there. Hale had the momentum, and
the leader's into the pits.
Leader.
Yeah, he's going for, he's stopped quite far back and he's gone for a quick pit stop. He's timed that well. It looks to have gone smoothly. I would imagine that's a good pit stop. He's out comfortably in the lead in front of Healy.
Okay, now assuming the kind of nominal lead, shall we say, is
there you go,
Dillon. Sean
net lead.
Briley has taken. Now, what's happened with Sean Briley? Has Sean Briley been in the pits? He has. Well, in that case, is he not in the lead of the race overall?
Oh, yeah.
He's 1 second
Sorry.
up on Logan Sune.
Wow.
Sean Briley could have pulled an absolute blinder here.
Unlike us in our race tracking.
The first stoppers, was it? In which case, Sean Briley has done the unthinkable and managed to leapfrog Logan Sune.
He pitted very, very early, and he's craftily, unbeknownst to us, put himself in a winning position.
Shades of Tom Van Dyke last year. He has come from absolutely nowhere, so much so that we weren't even considering Tom Van Dyke last year. And, well, we haven't spoken much about Sean Briley in this race. And Sean Briley, when Dillon pits, we think he's going to assume the lead. And so Sean Briley, if he's made an early pit stop, he's on the money for the win here. We thought Logan Sune had it in the bag, and probably so did Logan Sune.
Well, bear in mind that Briley has, how many heats has he won? He has been a heats winner, hasn't he?
Yes, he has, yes. I'll have a look for that. Keep an eye out there on what's happening, Spanners. I'll have a look and see about Briley.
Will. So effectively in the lead of this race at the moment is Dante Dillon in the red coveralls and body warmer, and he's leading the net leader Briley. So Dillon's got to come in at some point, and you've got to think that Dante Dillon right now, he's coming into the pits, he's got an 11-second lead over Brendan Williams. Now that's key. He pitted, when Brendan Williams pitted, it was behind him, and 13 is behind as well. So into the pits, Sean Briley hasn't pitted. we're going to have to...
Okay, so now we believe everybody has pitted. Obviously, the question marks over Dan Healy. For some reason, there was some mix-up there. We thought that Sean Briley had actually been in the pitch. He has won a race. Clearly, he hadn't, and he's come out just behind the Hackett and Smith thing. So apologies to everyone watching this. We got a bit caught out there. Oh, Sean Briley had a drive-through penalty. That's what was going on. So Briley had pitted. We were right, but unfortunately a penalty. Yes, if you remember, we talked about it, and it seemed like he'd missed that green light at the end on the second stop. Yeah, absolutely. So.
Thanks to the production crew for straightening us out on that.
On it than we are, aren't they?
Well, we were right. We just didn't know we were right. But Dante Dillon has ended up, I think, behind Williams overall.
Yeah, now this is the final lap, and it's Logan Sune from Dan Healy. What a performance there by Dan Healy to come second. Dan Healy is 2.4 seconds behind. It's going to be the flag this time around. Here comes Logan Sune. Semi-final one is Logan Sune, the winner from Dan Healy. And where is Hale? Yes, Hale is third. So Dean Hale first to third. Brandon Williams fourth. Dante Dillon is fifth. He got nailed by Williams there during the pit stops. Ryan Smith sixth. Lee Hackett seventh. Oh, Lee Hackett will be looking at that scoreboard to see what that means points-wise. Sean Briley in 8th place. Marius Novicki in 9th. And Marcel Hollink in 10th. So Logan Sune, the Belgian ace, has taken this one by 2.5 seconds. There he is on screen, looking very convincing into the pits. Now, is he going to make any practice stops? Because the next time he makes a stop in the final, no, he probably feels like he's done enough of that already now. So Logan Sune bringing it to a stop. There is the semi-final winner, surely booked himself. And there's Greg Laporte, the former world champion and one of the Blue Star team members and organizer, actually one of the organisers of the Kart World Championships this year taking place in the USA. We're going down the pits, and Spanners is going to grab whoever he can.
Joined in the pits by Brandon Williams, 3 race wins, but there you got a little bit bottled up. First behind Smith, and a big incident down here early on.
Yeah, I just didn't have the pace. I think that kart was a little bit off compared to the other ones I've had today, but yeah, luckily, because Dante's in my team, I've got a better chance to get for the final, so he's let me through on the last couple of laps.
Oh, he let you through? Oh, that's quite nice.
Give it that last bit, like make sure it goes happens, but yeah.
Got to be a surefire for the final. How do you rate your chances overall?
I think it all depends on like the situation of the race, really. It's whoever's going to get lucky with traffic and plays the strategy the best.
I presume you owe Dante a pint after that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Good luck for the final. Thank you very much. I'm sure he'll have a good showing. Look at that, the teammates, it's not just about the advice off the side of the track. They're actually at this point thinking, oh wow, we actually need to give up positions, and it looks like Dante Dillon has sent his teammate past him to give him a better chance in the final. So Brandon Williams representing that team. Over to you, James, for semi-final number 2.
Yeah, what a fantastic race that was, Spanners, and great little interview there. We got the second of the semi-finals. There are going to be 3 semi-finals. Just want to reiterate again, it's the right to continue scoring. These are the top 30 drivers, so 10 in each race, and up in this final we're going to have a look down the lineup. There's a number of interesting people down there. Ruben Boutens, the 5 times British champion and twice world champion, is going to be out in this heat race, and this is immediately bad news for everybody else in this race, including his own teammate in the Blue Star team, Johan Medart. And Johan Medart and Ruben Boutens were battling for the win last year in the final, and so let's have a look down the lineup here. There's Piatto, Omniti Piatto. Gosh, this is a tough old race. There, of course, is that Conor Marsh? I think that's Conor Marsh there. There is Johan Medart behind him. In the 16 is Patrick Naroda. There's Ruben Boutens in the 12, and So this is not going to be easy for anybody at all. There's the world champion, Ruben Boutens, making a bit of a thumbs up there. And now let's have a look here. We've got George Lovell. George Lovell has made the semi-finals. There's someone who was going to walk out of the place after the earlier trouble in the heats that he had, but he's made the semi-finals. Lucas Anglici is the Czech champion. Is it out there too? Mati Vrana, Matthias Matisse, Omniti Piatto, Conor Marsh, Johan Medard, Patrick Niroda, Ruben Boutens and Chris Daines. One of Britain's major hopes in Chris Daines going into this event is in this heat race as well. I think Chris Daines was the last one out. He gave us all a bit of a wave going into it. And they've all taken the line now for the qualifying lap. They're all in their qualifier. The first one through to set a kind of benchmark time is going to be George Lovell, one of the South Coast karting boys. Here he comes, George Lovell is going to cross the line, and let's see what the times are as they come in. Lovell is first. He's been beaten by Anglici. Anglici is still up ahead over Vrana, but Matisse has come through. Piatto in third. Matisse is still fastest. And Conor Marsh fourth, and topping the table is Johan Medard. Johan Medard. Patrick Niroda. Where is Ruben Boutens? Ruben Boutens to third.
Only third.
Chris Daines to fifth. So Johan Medard. Last year he tried his level best to take the crown from Ruben Boutens. This potentially is a rematch. Because for the first time we're seeing them in the same race in this championship. The last time we saw them together was in the final of the BRKC last year.
This is a mouth-watering prospect, isn't it? And with Boutens being third, at least it's given us guaranteed punchiness from the top of the midfield. But look at that, Niroda, Daines and Glicky, Piatto. This is an amazing grid.
Would I be right in saying, Spanners, just a little bit of a straw poll here, all the way down to Vrana is a race winner already this year in the BRKC?
Well, James, I don't know that, but I'm going to guess yes.
I've got a feeling that is the case. And Vrana, even if he hasn't won a race, we've seen him so many times in second place. I mean, how many times we've mentioned his name this weekend? It's every race he's been in has been a factor. So, and there, of course, George Lovell, he was first out to qualify. He's coming through in last, but he at least is in the semi-final. He continues to score. All
right, straw poll for you, James. Who's going to be the first to be involved in a controversial coming together?
Well, I think that controversial coming together could be it could be one of a couple of people, and the couple of people I've got in mind are Johan Medard, Matthias Matisse, Ruben Boutens, Patrick Niroda, Chris Daines,
I'm with you so far.
Piatto, Marsh, Vrana, and possibly Lovell. So it'll only be between those lot.
Here we go, time for go-karts.
Okay, there we are, looking at the back of George Lovell there, getting underway, and here comes Johan Medard, another one of the finest drivers in the world at the moment in rental karting. He's taking the start and he's leading the junior champion Matisse there with world champion Ruben Boutens in third place. And Medard has arguably got the best start he could possibly have hoped for there.
Well, Vrana looked like he was going to have a cheeky look down the inside of Marsh, but everybody has been very well behaved through the snail, biding their time, but it's not going to stay relaxed for long, is it?
No, because you know, you're going to lose a lot of points. Anything except success here is going to mean you're out of the event, because all these guys have scored very well during the event. Medard continues to lead. Matisse wants to keep his championship hopes alive. Ruben Boutens, he wants 6. He does not even want second in this title. He may have won 5 of them before, but he wants number 6. Remember, there's £1,000 for the first place here.
What?
Ruben Boutens made a lot of money out of this already, and he wants to make some more. There he is in third place, hunting down Matisse, but it's Johan Medard setting the pace up at the front. But fastest on the track is Matthias Matisse, the former junior champion, and look at him go. Always sideways through the turn there. Ruben Boutens will be looking at that. Spanners, there's no breakaway going on here, is there?
What does second place get?
A trophy.
Ah. Who's come in early? But whilst that pit's going on as well, you have to. Yeah, but also Lovell has made a move on Vrana too. I don't think it's stuck, but he was up the inside over the start-finish straight, and no light has appeared. The light hasn't appeared, so he doesn't know, Marsh, whether he's made a good stop or not. And well, you've got to hope he's going to get the benefit of the doubt there. But it looks like the timing strip is not working. That
could be very interesting indeed. They're having a look at that, and so whatever happens, Conor Marsh, to be honest with you, looking at the lap time, we can tell you right now that Conor Marsh's time would have been about 11 seconds, so it will have been a legit stop no matter what. To be honest with you, Conor Marsh is probably the sort of person who'll be making sure he does it right regardless of what the lights are saying. So he'll have a bit of a feel for how long.
Well, basically, I think they were blank, so he was waiting for it to go green, but it was blank, so he just went.
Absolutely, and there's one of the track owners, Ollie, down there. He's taking interest there in the jacket with the flashes. Meantime, we've got Johan Medart with the lead. Is anyone going to come in the pits? It's probably not good for anyone to come in now, you know, because the marshals are in the pit lane. They're trying to fix it.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah.
And,
what would they have done?
Well, for them, it would be like a train coming down the track while they're working on the lines, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course, there was no way for any of the drivers to know that it wasn't a good time to come in and pit. But the front two have got to be wondering, when does Ruben come down the left-hand side of them, and when should they never leave a gap? But they both had left a sniff of a gap, and we know that Boutons doesn't mind breaking late into that last hairpin. And
they're going to bring a red flag on. It's time to stop. Everybody's stopped, and except Piatto. Piatto's rolling. To stop. They're going to push him back for sure, because few liberties taken there. Omniti Piatto.
I think that was a safety issue, because while the marshals were working on the pits, if one of the drivers had come in, what were they going to do?
Well, exactly. I mean, the driver's going to be pretty committed.
There's some deals going on down there. Look at that. Yeah. Danes and Engliski, isn't it? Engliski, yeah. They're having a little bit of a conflab there.
Just give it a little bit of a Czech twang.
A bit of a mother's meeting.
Yeah, Danes seems to be waving around a bit. Of course, he's got the Red Bull kart fight suit on, which he will have been awarded as a result of being a finalist.
He said he borrowed it.
On his other one. He borrowed it, did he?
He borrowed that kart
yesterday or last night, he broke the zip on his regular race suit, which clearly means he had too much of the famous Formula Fast pizza down there. But Chris Danes, of course, we're talking about the driver that's listed as 5th at the moment, with Lucas Englitzi, the Czech champion, behind him. While they're working on the pit thing here, just to explain to those who may be joining us for the first time or not fully aware of what goes on in the pit, every driver has to make one pit stop under the international rules here, which the BRKC operates too. Now, when you come into the pits, you actually stop twice. What the idea of the pit stop is, you're going to be running through the pits for a designated amount of time minimum. You come through, you stop in one box, the light goes green, you move to the next box, the light goes green, and then you accelerate away. If you move too soon, it goes yellow, and you will have to come around and restart. So it's the second box they're looking at, and when Conor Marsh came in, it seemed to be no light at all, so he wouldn't have known whether it was going to be green so he could go. However, the time it took him, it was about right for if he'd done it right, if that makes sense, Spanners. So I don't think we can sort of suggest that Conor Marsh has taken advantage of that.
No,
if
not
anything,
at all,
he's actually done it right. I don't think they'll be calling him in for a stop or trying to make up any time. They'll just assume he's done it right. The lap time would suggest that. So
are they going to go through the drama of pushing all the karts into the relative gaps, like they did last time there was a red flag?
Well, certainly they're going to be pulling Piatto back, aren't they? Because Piatto, even though they were under red, he was rolling forward. Obviously, his definition of stopped is different to ours. Ours is when the kart is no longer moving and the wheels have ceased to turn, and that's obviously not the case down there. This is Matti Vrana we're looking at. There's an excellent close-up. The presentation this year from Scruffy Bear has been amazing. Darren Cook in charge of the crew here, and the footage we're getting, and it's shout-out's got to be mentioned to Alpha Timing. Those boys there, they're moving more into the the professional timing there with Alpha Timing, and doing a fantastic, and it's making our job easy, Spanners.
Of course it is, but I'm still a little concerned that marshal is wearing shorts. It is minus 1,000 degrees down on the track surface.
Absolutely. BRKC is always running in the cold. It is January and we're in Milton Keynes, so it's unlikely to be hot.
Well, I think those fans actually generate the cold, and that's what those fans are there for on top of race control.
Well, we can't go against tradition, can we? Traditionally cold here. Now we can see the lights there.
Oh, how do I get on telly? There we go. Look, that's us again.
Okay, I see. And there's us on screen. So, Spanners, let's go to the window. Let's introduce ourselves. Those watching on the live stream, there is Spanners in the blue. Oh, we've gone off picture there.
Now I can't plug all my stuff.
I'm James. I'm in red. Now we're looking at the real people, and there's a side on for Spanners. I'm in red next to him, and we're the ones bringing it. Spanners, we've had a really good tournament so far, haven't we?
This race, unfortunately, is currently stopped. It would be better if the karts were going around the track, but right now they are stationary.
Absolutely. Well, that does give us a chance to sort of take stock of the situation here. Johan Medart is doing everything right in this, isn't he? But Ruben Boutons is probably taking it as calmly as we've seen so far. He's in third place. We've not really seen him stay this calm this out of the lead this long?
So we've seen him twice in second place and making very assertive moves into that final hairpin. We saw him harassing Brandon Williams through the snail section, actually trying to make a pass not at the hairpin at the end of the snail, but mid-snail. And Brandon Williams, fortunately, was a bit wise to that, but he was trying moves that no one else was really trying. So we know he's going to be aggressive, and we've it was that Sebastian Vettel type of thing. We go, all right, but can he do it from the midfield? It's like, yes, he can.
Yes,
he definitely can race when he's got cars in front of him.
An almighty movement there. Yeah, Ruben Boutens, he's been making the kind of robust moves you normally associate with a night out in Northampton, don't you? He's very, very tough. He is the world champion, double world champion now, 5 times British champion, but he's really been made to race hard this weekend. I think this is his toughest British Rental Kart Championship, certainly that we've seen in recent times. I remember a final, the first time around here at Formula Fast back in 2014, Ruben Boutens won that final. He came through from 5th place in the final, but it was, you know, he had to race his way through there. But I think he's having a tougher time of it now. He's certainly been tested, and this is potentially the toughest run he's had for a long time.
So I'm trying to figure out who Mattis is signalling to. Can anyone work out Mattis' secret code? He's sort of doing a forward wheel motion.
To those at the far end of the pits. He's obviously got somebody there who's been giving him something. And let's have a look. I'll just go through and see if I can find Mattis, and we'll see which team he was with.
The marshals are briefing some of the drive. I tell you what, someone's hopped out of their cart there. That is Mattis. He's out now, and now he's conferring with number 16, which is Niroda. That can't be regulation, can it? Oh, well, there we go, under red car conditions. I hope no one tells. Let's not tell on him. Oh, we're on speakers, aren't we? Okay. Oh, well, there we go. We'll skip the court-martial on this occasion.
It's not normal, but is there a rule for when the pit stop timer isn't working? So we'll see what happens there. So Matisse there was out of his car. He was talking to Niroda, wasn't he? So, well, what can we possibly read into that? I mean, chances are they weren't even speaking in English, so even if we were in hearing distance, we wouldn't know what was actually said. So Niroda there, well, it's not as if he's right behind him, so clearly there's no sort of deal as such going on.
He's just saying, please harass Boutens as much as you can, so
absolutely.
I can concentrate on getting out in front of Medart.
Indeed, so indeed maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what it was. So we'll find out. Obviously, the pole, Matisse. It was Niroda he was talking to.
It was. That was Matisse and Niroda having the mothers' meeting.
Well, Matisse is part of the Serba racing team from Poland. Of course, he was the he was the Polish junior champion last year, and so Matisse, he knows a lot about this kind of racing. Niroda is not even in the same team. He's racing for a Polish team, but different team.
Well, perhaps it wasn't a nice chat. Maybe they were.
Yeah.
Maybe it was a threat.
It could have been something. It could have been something a bit out. Now, what are they going to do with? They're having a word there with Piatto. Piatto, we saw make up a little bit of ground under the red flag, so they're sort of telling him a bit, but they're leaving him alone. So it could be good news for him.
What's the name of Danes' team? Danes. And he's with because he's got some support down on the floor.
Yeah, well, Danes has a lot of. He's in the Project for Frogs team, so you expect to find Arnaud Tinet down there somewhere.
They're lurking down there.
Yeah, there is Tinet actually. As we say, everyone's favourite Frenchman.
Roll-ups.
He's on the side there.
They're on roll-ups. Power's a scientist, and he's on roll-ups. Look at that.
There you go. And maybe it's tight there. So we can see Arnaud Tinet there to the left of the screen. He's in the blue jeans. He's been competing as Arnaud Tinet, the Frenchman. He's actually in the same team, Project for Frogs, with Danes, who's in the blue suit, further along.
So how many of these star racing type people have we got here? 3.
We're talking the international drivers, yeah?
Yeah, look.
Well, it's really across the board, to be honest. There's Johan Medart up at the front, Matisse there second, Ruben Boutens third. I mean, you know, it doesn't get more star than Ruben Boutens. He's rated as the finest rental kart driver in the world. He's got 2 world titles under his belt and 5 British championships, as well as, you know, his own Dutch championship. He's been Belgian champion, Polish champion. You know, the list is endless. He just just wins after wins. Next weekend, of course, he's actually racing in the Swedish Championships in Gothenburg. So he's got quite a busy schedule, as Ruben Boutens. Obviously, you know, if he walks away with £1,000 here, that's going a long way towards funding whatever he's then going to win in Sweden. So Ruben Boutens making a real good job of things. And then further back, Neroda, of course, originally from Poland. Chris Daines is appearing on increasing numbers of international championships. I think he was competing in the Belgium one last year or the year before. Lucas Englitzi behind. He's the you know, he's a reigning champion in the Czech Republic. He was racing the World Championship last year. And then, of course, you've got another Blue Star team driver in Piatto in the 14. So yeah, it's pretty full on here in terms of that international sense.
Well, enough about the drive. Tell me about you, James Auld. How long have you been commentating on this series? You're Mr. BRKC.
Oh, I'm just a once-a-year commentator, mate. It's I'm not very professional at all. Just once a year. I'm not in the same league as you and the others. Certainly I've been commentating the BRKC since 2013. I was driving in it.
Were you?
Yeah.
And how did you do as a driver?
Well,
So
do you know what? I did actually win a BRKC heat race once.
So you get a gold star.
Yes, I did. And guess who I had to defeat to do that?
I can't. Ruben Boutens.
Not quite. I had to defeat series organiser Brad Philpott.
You beat Philpott.
I did.
There we go. And you'd have been quite old still at the time.
Well,
like
I was
43.
old, as opposed to unbelievably old. Now this was a bit further back than that. In the early days of the BRKC. Yeah, what happened was I've been leading a long way. Philpott challenged me for the lead on the last lap. It was a proper lunge, but it was such he had to make a real go of it. And he did pass me, but into a hairpin. But he was going backwards while he did so. So I was able to tuck back in time. Literally, he was going backwards. He actually had spun past me. So luckily, I was able to take the win there.
So when you eventually make your BRKC return, you'll have a gold star as a heats winner.
Well, I'll already have earned one, won't I?
Yeah, exactly.
But now I think my place is up here in the commentary box now. I'm not sure I could hand it to these guys. I'd like to think I could, but you know, we all like to think lots of things.
Well, if we're here next year, should we make sure that you and I get ourselves a little practice session so that we can talk about the pace and the relative pace down there?
It sounds good on paper, but if we do badly, then of course we can't really say anything negative about anyone else.
Oh no, absolutely. That is the commentator's prerogative, to be able to completely slate and criticise people who are far more talented than you.
Yeah, so we'll criticise someone 2 seconds faster than us.
Oh my goodness, we have a Formula One.
Weekend,
we have a Formula One podcast where we slate drivers who would probably be a full minute ahead of us in most road cars. I mean, I claim that I would genuinely beat Lance Stroll in a go-kart, and I stand by it.
Well, if he turns up here next year and enters the BRKC. Right, we're restarting now, and remember, this is a flying start, and Ruben Boutens is already working on Matisse. Now, Matisse, the youngster, junior champion last year in Poland, and while it's George Lovell in the pits. George Lovell into the pits, and George Lovell was already on his way in when that session was stopped there, when that flag came out. And George Lovell comes out, he has managed to leapfrog somebody, and that is Conor Marsh, and he's leapfrogged. Conor Marsh cannot pass him, and George Lovell's made him a place. He came into the, well, he started last, and now he's made one place up, and it's battled down behind on screen. Sorry folks, missing that one, it's all kicking off. Spanners, talk us through it.
I don't know what was happening. I think but Mattis ended up losing out a place to Ruben Boutens, and Daines has got past Neroda. That's the short story of how that's shaken out.
Absolutely, I think it was everybody into the hat, shaking them out and thrown out again, and the outcome is that we have a bigger lead for Johan Medart, which is exactly what he wants, but in second place is the reigning champion, Ruben Boutens. Third is Matisse, and fourth is Chris Daines. So gains by Boutens, gains by Daines, and Neroda is fourth, and Glicky has come through to fifth. Piatto is still seventh place, Grana eighth.
If I was Medart, I would have accepted a smaller lead, but with Mattis behind me, than a larger lead with now Boutens behind me.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're in the same team. They might be in the same team, but that does not count for this individual stuff. It's purely in name only. Of course, Blue Star are quite represented in this one. There's Piatto, who's the third of the Blue Star drivers in this race, circulating there in seventh place.
You're struggling after that rich energy drink, are you?
No, I'm struggling after the thought of having to do a practice session next year in the BRKC. So it is a lead though for Medart. He's not struggling at all, but he has got Ruben Boutens now. Look at this, Spanners. Yep. Could it be said that Medart's lead over Boutens is what it was before? It's just this time he does not have Matisse in the gap.
Yeah, I'd still want Matisse in the gap though. But can I just confirm to you, the marshals have come over to me and they've confirmed that Marsh's pit stop is counted as valid and is therefore his pit stop for this semi-final.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's rightly so. And time-wise, it would be, legit. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Oh, someone else in the pits. Who's going to be? Is it Danes? Yes, it is.
Oh, that's such an aggressive pit stop. He's clattered the barrier and he's really frantic. You can tell he wants this. He was on the move. He'd made up a place to Naroda. It's a good pit stop. It looks like a fast pit stop. And let's see how this shakes out because he's now got track time on his own. He's gone early. He's gambled early. I think this might pay off.
And it looks like it was less than 10 seconds stop there by Chris Danes, so that is absolutely epic. We're normally dealing with, what's going on? Yeah, we've still got Medard in the lead, but a great stop there by Danes. That is about the best he can hope for, so it will mean it's the best anyone can really do. That's one of the record pit stops, that one. There's Chris Danes on camera now. He's trying to make a time. Look at that Euroleague there. You can tell he's been abroad with this one. And Chris Danes is trying to set a searing pace now. He's taken himself away from the competition, so he's not really now trying to defend and the attack ending. It's all about lap times for Danes. Can Danes make some time up? Because what was he running? Fourth?
He was running fourth, yes.
Out fourth place. So an amazing attempt there. Now Chris Danes, he's got to be going for victory with that kind of strategy.
Yeah, and it would not be a surprise if he was able to push forward. The key thing will be if and when Boutons closes that gap, how do they react? They're obviously their teammates. They know each other, but I've got a feeling that Medard won't want to just yield that place. I don't think it will be all friendly.
No, and importantly from Medard's point of view, he is the fastest. His last lap was a new record for this race, and Medard goes across the line in the pits.
Englitsy.
It's Lucas Englitsy, the Czech champion. There is Englitsy. Now, Englitsy is English in Czech, if that makes sense. So you see on the side it says Englishman.
But he hasn't been able to come out in front of Danes. Danes is still in front of Englitsy. I'm sticking to that.
Englitsy. So Danes has actually managed to leapfrog Englitsy there, and that is why Danes made that pit stop, to try and leapfrog these drivers unimpeded by running in a pack. So Danes, it's worked for him so far with that driver. Next on his hit list is Matti Brunner. He's not going to challenge Brunner without the pit stop being involved, but when Brunner comes in, Brunner's going to have to get out fast, and Danes would actually, on the face of it, potentially come out of this in third on what we're seeing on the gaps at the moment. So Danes, this could be an inspired move by Danes. We're looking at now, this could actually be something that makes a huge difference to him in this overall competition.
So my instinct is a good stop by Mattis, and he's still ahead of Danes. So we'll watch that gap.
Yeah, unfortunately Mattis does seem to have outpaced Danes a little bit on that lap, so maybe a slight fly in the orbit. Certainly I think now, if everybody pitted pretty much on consecutive laps, we would see Danes come out, when Mattis came out, Danes would be alongside him, and the battle would be for third.
There's a fierce battle at the back as well, so Lovell and Marsh have both pitted and they're nose to tail as well, having a good battle in this semi-final. So being 9th and 10th in the semi-final is no mean feat either.
Absolutely, we saw the first BRKC win for Conor Marsh, and Conor Marsh has had an amazing showing in this championship. Now, last place in the semi-final is probably not going to be enough points for him to go forward, but I don't believe he's made the semi-final before in the BRKC, and he's certainly never won. So great showings today and yesterday by Conor Marsh, but it's Johan Medard who's setting the pace. Now Ruben Boutons is just 1 second behind, so I think Boutons is slightly closing in now on Johan Medard. They're from the same team, but there's going to be no love lost. Now Johan Medard is the fastest on the track. He still is remaining quickest, but Chris Danes is setting a good time too. I
was going to say, for Chris Danes fans or people who simply fear him, the gap has now come down to under 11 seconds between the third place Mattis, number 10, and Chris Danes, who is, I think, a relative fourth place. Net is the number 8 driver. So that's still a decent, easy pit stop, isn't it? Just under 11 seconds.
Well, if he doesn't gain, at least he hasn't lost. I know that sounds silly to say, but the fact is he had to take a risk on that early stop. I think everything would have been worse if he hadn't. So if he still comes in fourth, it's kind of nothing gained, nothing lost. But if anything, he may well leapfrog Mattis, and it's his best chance to do so by taking that pit stop. At the moment, we'll be looking a bit marginal, but we'll see what happens.
Well, here's the key thing. He's got his pit stop out of the way, so nothing can go wrong for his pit stop. Medard and Boutons have still got to run that gauntlet.
Absolutely, and crucially, there's no one in front of Danes that could cause him any trouble. And Glitzy is running with him, and if we look at it, actually, Glitzy is slightly faster than Danes. There's enough gap there that it's not going to be a fight. Now, we're looking there at the reigning world champion, Ruben Booten, as Medard crosses the line. There's Booten second, and Booten's, well, he's actually staying a little bit slower than Medard. Medard is still the fastest by over everyone with each passing lap.
It was 0.8 the gap early on after the restart. It's now 1.1.
Yeah, that went up in that previous lap as well. There's Danes, there's Glitzy. They're running down the order, but they have made a pit stop. Seventh, I think, Danes at the moment. Those in front have not stopped. The key one for Danes' point of view is Matisse, who is third. Because if everybody stopped, it would be Danes versus Matisse for that third place. There's Danes.
I'll do the difficult maths for you as Danes crosses the line, don't worry.
Get calculating, here's the line.
It's going to take me a while, I didn't say it would be immediate. It's 11.3 the gap.
Now, a lot of that is the fact that Matisse is running really quick. Bad news for Danes fans is that Chris Danes is still running 32.0, but Matisse is consistently running 31.9 now. Now Matisse is running third, and he's effectively pulling away. He's ahead of Danes by the fact that he's not made a pit stop. The time lost in the pits would mean that Matisse, that we're looking at there with the Red Bull backing on the back of his helmet there, he's actually trying to set some times now to pull himself clear from Danes, so when he makes his own pit stop, Chris Danes is behind him, not alongside him.
It honestly looks like Marsh, following Lovell, has like a tow rope just attached. It looks like he's hooked on.
Yeah, Velcro on the back of the Lovell kart, and the opposite Velcro on the front of the Marsh kart there, really, isn't it? We're looking at Matthias Matisse. He was junior champion of, I believe it's Poland last year. He's stepping up to the sort of senior categories now, and Matisse looking very good indeed. Clearly this is the kind of performance that books himself a place in the final, and he's now got enough of a lead comparatively over the Danes who has stopped, that if he stops, Matisse we're talking about now, who we're looking at, stops, he will come out ahead over British hope Chris Danes.
The great British hope. Is he our hope, or Williams?
He's the hope in this race. Well, there's two hopes in this race. There's Danes and Lovell. Danes, of course, by definition of running ahead of Lovell, would thereby be the bigger hope, shall we say.
I agree.
So they're still happy. We've not seen anyone in the pits for a long time, and it's really, you know, Medard is actually improving. Ruben Booten has set the fastest lap of the race. And there's Matthias Matisse, Polish driver, flicking back away from him and coming down the backstretch now. That looks like Chris Danes. Now, Chris Danes is the highest placed Brit in this race.
And the road is in.
Seventh. No, it's Verana.
Oh, sorry, Verana.
Yeah, Verana out of sixth place. So Verana, where will he come out? It actually could be down below Marsh.
I think he's going to be 8th.
He's just come out ahead of Marsh. Now Marsh and Lovell have swapped positions over last, and Verana is just in front of them, so it could well be a three-way fight over, well, either 8th place or last place, depending on which way you're working.
Let's call it
there's
8th.
Verana, there's Marsh, and there is George Lovell, one of the South Coast karting boys, and there is Verana, who by coming out, making that pit stop there, has come out ahead of Conor Marsh, earlier race winner.
Now then, one thing to slightly look out for is Naroda actually catching Mattis, which could have an effect on Danes' race. If Mattis starts looking behind him and starts getting bogged down in that fight, then Danes can start making up some of that pit window, which has sort of kind of increased, because I think Mattis is now well clear. If he was to pit now, he would pop out in front of Danes still.
Yeah, Mattis, who has not stopped, is actually 12 seconds in front of Danes, who has stopped. We work on the idea that a stop is going to cost between 10 and 11 seconds at this level, so Danes would be behind. But it's really close now. Conor Marsh, the British driver, against Matty Verana from the Czech Republic, and Marsh is making a race of it. They're right down the order, but Marsh is not to be reasoned with here. He's going to have a go. There is Verana. We've caught that with the camera now, and there's Marsh, and there is Lovell. So this is really hotting up down there. Over 8th place there, Verana, and look at Conor Marsh. He's out for blood here.
So once the pit stops shake out, we're going to have, in theory, a four-way battle for third place between Mattis and Naroda. Oh, there's a move there, and Verana's been...
Oh, Verana almost pushing about it. Conor Marsh had to give him room. Oh, and there's going to be contact. There is contact. Now, there's going to be no bad pass given, I don't think, because although George Lovell makes it through, Lovell on Verana, they're side by side, heading for the snail. George Lovell's got speed. Vrana has got position. No, Vrana's going to turn in early. So I don't think they'll be given a bad pass flag because
he's lost out.
The aggressor was the one who lost.
Oh no!
Oh, and a spin out there.
That's not
How
fantastic.
do we call that? They were side by side.
Fairly,
oh gosh, yeah.
That's
They've
fairly
got Vrana
clear.
facing the wrong way. They don't want to take any chances. As I say, we run the international rules. An incident is so rare, but if you look, there's Vrana facing the wrong way.
Yeah.
In the middle of the road with Lovell stuck in the barrier, blocking the route on the right. But just look, 20 feet back, race leader Johan Medart. They have to stop the race. Here's Medart, we can see on camera. This is the perfect angle here. So Vrana would have actually blocked the track. So the marshals have taken the exceptionally quick thinking idea of red
it was a
flagging
really,
which means
really
all
good
can't
idea.
stop. There is Johan Medart. We can see the back of Medart, the race leader. George Lovell was in the incident with Matti Vrana coming off the Snell section there, Vrana in red, and of course the track would have been completely blocked from Medart's point of view. He'd have absolutely slammed head on into one of them, and so a great call there by the track management. As I say, international rulings here, and this is how it works, quite simply. So quick thinking there. However, if we look back, we've now got a new fastest race lap. There's Chris Daines, a new fastest race lap person, and that is Patrick Niroda, who is running fourth. So Patrick Niroda is in fourth as we look at Chris Daines. There is George Lovell, was in that incident with Matti Vrana. We'll see what happens. If it was Lovell's responsibility, instead of giving a bad pass flag, they're just going to put Vrana in front of him, which is what has happened. So no bad pass or incident causing flag for Lovell. They're probably just going to stick Vrana in front, which is what happened. As we look across those beams on the live stream there, we've got Daines in right in front of us, but if you look beyond there, over the other side of the track, the red of Vrana hidden, and George Lovell with the green side of the helmet. Back from there is Johan Medart. We could great view of the rear of Johan Medart there with George Lovell up ahead. Matti Vrana, you can just about see in red behind the marshal there. So as the camera pans, there's Niroda. Now that's Niroda, who's the fastest on the track at the moment, and as we keep panning round, we may see Ruben Boutens. I think Ruben Boutens is there. That's Ruben Boutens, and the extreme left of the picture there, the reigning double world indoor champion Ruben Boutens, and 5 times British champion here at Formula Fast. So Ruben Boutens, the Dutchman, exceptional talent there. He of course is running second at the moment. So Marshall's talking to Patrick Niroda there, and yeah, on the screen, and that's part of our camera crew, Giles. So well done indeed there, Giles. Now it looks like they're getting ready to make a restart. Behind Ruben Boutens, we can't see that they're being pushed back. Got to assume that's Mattis. Yes, it's Mattis, the Polish junior champion from last year.
I'm reading the live stream comments. I'm not going to read any of them out. No, really, I'm not. This is very silly.
There's Keziale, who was competing in the BRKC last year and I believe the year before. So Kezia May, we've seen a lot of her on the track. This time she's at the side of the track, and someone next to her taking this wig. Well, they're finally offering her a bit. Well, it was her drink in the first place by the looks of things, so okay, but Keziale, we've seen in action. She's not in the competition this year, but we saw her in previous years, so Keziale. There's the incident being, we're seeing the incident again. Lovell, yes, it was definitely incident there between Vrana turning in, Lovell trying for a pass. Side by side, couldn't really be helped, to be fair. No penalties really needed because they've been put in position relative. Now, we're going to be given a restart. Once again, it's Piatto getting pushed back. So, Omniti Piatto, the one most likely to take liberties under red flags, and this is the level of competition. Got to take what you can.
That's an outrageous slight on his character.
Well, it's all right.
Apart from the fact he's already done it twice.
There is a penalty to George Lovell. Yeah. Advantage by contact.
Yes.
That has been pushed back. He's been pushed back, though. So has that penalty been awarded by him being moved back behind Vrana now?
It's possible. There's no doubt in my mind that Vrana didn't do a lot wrong there.
So we're going to be going green any second. They look ready. They're going green now. So everyone's back underway. Still Medart in the lead. And let everyone get up to momentum. We'll see where we're at. So Medart onto the backstretch. He's got Lovell and Vrana. Now Lovell's making another lunge at Vrana. And Lovell really working the Czech champion behind. And turning in, it's Medart from Medart pits.
Well, the leader coming into pit, he's got to go for a fast one. This is the time where you want to take risky pit stops. He's all the way out the seat. He's actually stopped quite close to the light, but he has got away. It is green, and into the pits behind is 14 as well. So Piatto comes in, and he's under a little bit of pressure as well. Danes flies past. In Glicky, does he fly past? Yes, I think he does. There's a bit of contact, but both survive. Piatto slots in behind.
Absolutely, we've seen there Johan Medart. Johan Medart, a good stop there. We'll see what it is on time. Johan Medart. Oh, well, we'll see how that is. Yeah, it's a long
Here
way there,
comes Ruben Boutins, and actually the number 10, which is Mattis, was planning to come in, but Boutins came in, so Mattis decided to carry on, and Boutins has done a decent stop and comes and slots out behind Johan Medart. The gap is roughly the same visually. I would expect Mattis to now come in the next time. He did quite well, and to be fair, Boutins put his hand up in plenty of time and gave Mattis time to change his plan. But they both had their hands up.
Yeah, very sportsmanlike behaviour there by the reigning world champion. He's come under
and the same situation has happened again, because Naroda was also planning to come in. He's changed his mind last second, and the engine has sputtered on Mattis's kart. Let's see if that's cost him any time. We expect him to come out and slot in just behind Ruben Boutins and in front of Chris Danes and Glecki and number 14 Piatto.
Okay, as watching Matisse, let's have a look at the times. What's it done? I'm trying to find him.
Well, Naroda, number 16, you would expect to come in. He was fully planning to come in before Mattis. So yes, here he comes. Naroda comes in for a pit, slides into the pit lane, stops very short, hits the tyre on the inside. He's got an engine problem as well, and I'm not sure that he has completed that first stop successfully. The second one is green, but Naroda, let's have a look out to see if that was a clean stop. He's come out on track in front of Mattis, but he may have done that by being a bit too quick on the first set of lights.
Now, letting the revs drop seems to be hurting some of these people. It's really, really important not to let those revs drop.
Yeah, so on track, Naroda is ahead of Mattis, but
so
I wouldn't.
We've got the flag out. The flag is going to be coming out. It is a win for Johan Medart. Ruben Boutins in second, Patrick Naroda third, Matisse is in fourth, and Danes in fifth. Glicky and Piatto as the flag has come out, and here comes Conor Marsh. Conor Marsh, his championship I think will be over, but what a show he has given this weekend. And here comes George Lovell, the South Coast kart team. George Lovell in the semi-final, and Matti Vrana as well there. So I think Vrana has ended up finishing behind Lovell there. Off screen, I think we haven't had the updates from the timing. We've just been looking out the window now to see what's been going on as well as what's on screen. There is Matisse there, who I believe actually did end up losing a spot. So there's the world champion Ruben Boutins, but the race winner, no doubt about that, just going out of picture there, it was Johan Medart. Now Johan Medart is really out for the title this year. He made his British Championship debut last year and was third in a very close finish. So Tom Van Dijk, who's not here this weekend, was second, and Ruben Boutins was the title winner. So Spanners down in the pits, and we'll see who Spanners can get hold of and what they have to say.
You'll come have a chat with me, won't you? You'll come have a chat with me, won't you? Hi, very, very exciting semi-final there. Two red flags, a bit of argy-bargy at the back. It didn't affect the guys at the front, but what we saw was million-time world champion Ruben Boutins soundly defeated by this man here, Johan Medart. You kept like a 1 second gap on Rubens. How did that feel?
Yeah, I was a bit afraid about the last red flag. I was thinking maybe it's less than 1 second, you know, maybe, I don't know if you won a little bit time, I don't know, but it was difficult. I'm exhausted. Yeah.
So you and Rubens, you're wearing similar colours, similar coveralls. I'm assuming when it gets to the final, you desperately want to beat him.
Yeah, I think so.
What are your chances? Because you looked like the faster man there.
Yeah, but I lost a lot during the last heats. You know, I did before, so the final will be difficult.
Good luck. We're rooting for you. There's a lot of people rooting for Johan Medar. Always puts on a good show. But let's see, BRKC favourite, Danger Man Chris Danes. I think you've put in a great performance there. Obviously, tactically, you came in early, and that didn't quite roll out how you wanted it to.
I thought I had more pace than Neroda, and so I forget who was in third. But pitted early, made the call, and I think I lost a lot on the red light situations. Yes. I lost about a second to the guys in front, so I don't know how that happened, but I stopped when I was supposed to stop, and I went when I was supposed to go, and I was a second down from before the red light came out, so I have no idea.
So no final for your team this year, but once again, you've put forward a great performance. You guys have all had a good time all weekend, though.
Yeah. I've had a brilliant weekend. I mean, I've 4 podiums out of 5 races, 5th in the semi. I couldn't be happier, to be honest. I've had a whale of a time, so I'll be back next year. I'm sure I'll do a bit better then. But yeah, great.
Thanks for the entertainment, Chris Danes. We'll see you in 2020. It's not optional for you. You have to come along. That's a great second semi-final. Lots of drama in that semi-final. We've got a third final here with some big names as well. Lewis Manley, Ed White. So back up to the booth, James, for semi-final number 3.
Okay, well, what a fantastic second semi-final there. Johan Medar, he obviously from last year, he was third in the championship. This year, of course, he wants to go a couple better and be first. Last year's British champion, Ruben Boutens, you know, he had to beat him in a straight fight there and bundled the reigning champion down second. So he's done everything he needs. We're looking now at the final semi-final. There are 3 semi-finals. It's the third one coming up. And if I look out the window here, we can see some real heavy hitters out there. I see Lewis Manley, Zuzki's down there, Guillermo van Pamelen. We saw Ed White is in this one. And just looking across, Verhoeven is there, Sam Spinell is in this one. There's some real heavy hitters, and it's going to be a race to remember. Brad Philpott is down there in the 14. Sorry, not in the 14, he's the one in front of the 14. There is Brad Philpott. Guillermo van Pamelen is in the 14 by the looks of it. It's Brad Philpott there, ahead of Van Pamelen in the 15. And there is Ed White. Ed White is often touted as the main British hope. He's the one most feared by his contemporaries. Ed White there, he's making some sort of gesture there, goodness knows. Sam Spinell has got his head down, looks like he's praying. There's Verhoeven in front of him with the predominantly yellow and blue helmet. And we'll call the rest as we go out on the qualifying lap. So Sam Spinell, he made his way through the semi-finals last year just into the final. So a great show by final to get to the final when the pressure was on by Spinell. Can he do the same this year? Verhoeven there in the blue. And there's Michael Weddle actually. Michael Weddle up. He's the one talking to those behind. There's Alex Van Gien there, we can see. Alex Van Gien is on the sidelines, well, showing something, talking about something to, yeah, there's Mays. And Alex Van Gien, we regularly see in action in the BRKC. This is about the first time he's not been taking part since the championship began. Alex Van Gien, one of the most common competitors, the most regular competitors. He's there in the green jacket and really urging on Michael Weddle. Michael Weddle has also been around a long time, and seriously support from Alex Van Gien. And as we look on, there's Van Gien going to take a picture, I'm sure, of Weddle in the semi-final. That'll be all about Weddle. Okay then, so Spanners, it's
hello.
It's a bit tough now, isn't it?
Well, it is for me. I have to keep running up and down and talking to people. You're here in the warm. It is cold down there, by the way.
Absolutely. That's why I'm staying here in the warm.
You look at Van Gien taking a side roll, eh? Why isn't he here? Why isn't he on track?
For the first time since it began, Alex Van Gien is not in the BRKC. Now, they're going to be heading out to start the qualifying. Major competitors here, of course, because it's a semi-final. But this time we're going to see the likes of Lewis Manley, series organiser Brad Philpott, Ed White and such are in this one. Yeah. Sam Spinell, of course. Verhoeven is in there. Wojciech Gerber. In fact, I think both Gerber brothers will be in this one. I think they both made it in Gerber brothers. And so Wojciech Gerber, Michael Weddle, Verhoeven, Spinell, White, Philpott, Van Pamelen, Lewis Manley, Zuzki is in this one too, and Michael Gerb. So the two brothers Gerb are both facing each other down in the same semi-final. It's the right to continue scoring, so they both might make it through, and we'll see what happens. So the first Gerb comes through. There's Gerb first and last in the lineup. There's Michael Weddle starting his qualifier. The Hopeless starts as well. Sam Spinell goes through. Ed White, Brad Philpott, they're all going through to start the times, and Van Pamelen there. Lewis Manley, one of the great hopes for the championship. Zajewski, a debutant who's made his way into the semi-final, and the second of the Gerbs is through now to qualify. So these are the laps that count. So coming through to complete his qualifier is one of the Gerbs. It's Wojciech Gerb on the pole. He's still on pole after Michael Weddle qualifies. Gerb has been beaten by Spinell. Spinell is fastest. Ed White is fastest. Philpott is third. Ed White is still fastest. Van Pamelen fourth. Manley fifth. And Zajewski's ninth.
Oh.
And Michael Gerb is the final qualifier, and he's up to third. Michael Gerb up to third. Ed White is fastest, and Spinell and Michael Gerb. So Michael Gerb, an impressive showing by him. Michael Gerb, of course, is 4 times Polish champion and was a finalist in the World Championships last year. So Michael Gerb, theoretically, should be no surprise he's up there, but he is making his BRKC debut Spanners.
Yes, very impressive by both those guys. Also, a word on Bradley Philpott, event organiser. Surprisingly, he's only scraped into the semi-finals, I think, in 27th, but he has had some rotten luck. So I'm hoping for that to turn around. He had his engine cut out on him in the pit stops. A couple of guys have suffered that.
He had to take a spare car.
Yeah, and he had to take a spare car and start last as well. So he's in the semi-finals. Getting to the finals will be tough from here, but I think a good race result for him to finish on, and that'll lift the spirits.
Well, Spanners, he's got to take some inspiration from someone else who's also in this race, Sam Spinell, because it was a fairly similar thing last year with Sam Spinell. Sam Spinell scraped the semis, but did so well that he managed to push himself forward into the final. So,
look, there's a deal. There's a deal going on between Gerb and Philpott.
It's a Gerb. Yeah, it's one of the Gerbs. It's Michael Gerb, and Philpott is really insistent.
He's saying no.
Yeah, I think he's saying, mate, I'm not going to fight you. Let's just run and see what happens for a bit.
No, I don't think that's what it was. I think he was saying, I'm not working with you. It was a no, I'm not working with you.
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? So Philpott makes a massive lunge on the opening lap.
Well, no.
That was a, mate, I'm going to go for it.
But Van Pamelen behind him, in the last race, Van Pamelen made a great move on him through that very tight section on the alternate layout.
Absolutely. Here's Ed White to lead the start. So Ed White goes for it now. We're race on, and the lights are green. Ed White takes the start there from Spinell and Gerb. Philpott fourth.
Well, we're holding our breath as they come through the snail section. Generally, everybody's been pretty well behaved on the opening lap. Manley looked like he was thinking about making a move, but he's gone in behind Weddle, and he'll have to be patient now as he comes under pressure from behind.
Has Manley actually lost the place?
I don't think so.
He's dropping back. It's not the Manley we used to.
If he did, then I missed that, but the current situation is that he is... Oh, I said Weddle, didn't I? That was completely wrong. He's behind Van Pamelen.
Yeah, Van Pamelen is the one he's behind, but it's an increasing gap there, and Lewis Manley is under massive pressure.
Now Manley's lost a place.
Gerb,
yes.
The second of the Gerb brothers, the Polish gearbox champion, has gone ahead of Lewis Manley. He's definitely lost a place now, and that's bundled Lewis down to 7th place. Now, could this be bad enough that he doesn't make the final? That's a serious risk now, Spanners.
No, I didn't think of that. I did not consider that. So he's got to really just hang in there now. There's no real option to come and get another kart. There'd be no point in doing that. He is pitting. He is pitting. Okay, so it's just a regular pit stop though. So it might be one of those things. He's been muscled out of a place. He just needs to settle down and get himself some clear air.
Yeah, he's going to be running on his own, and all it is now is fast laps. He's just going to have to assume he's back at Formula Fast on a regular club night, banging in fast laps. So that will be Lewis Manley's aim. Meantime, Ed White in front has got Sam Spinell trying to chase him down. Michael Gerb is behind him, and Brad Philpott has the attention of Guillermo Van Pamelen crossing the line.
I think Philpott will be aware that Van Pamelen has gone past him on track before. There is a pit stop now as well. That is number 9.
Yeah, that's it. It's Adrian Zajewski, a late entry, and he comes out behind Manley. And in fact, he's way further back than Manley than he was before. So this is working well for Manley from what we can see at the moment.
I think maybe as Manley said, you know, the racing, there's some real good guys there, but he knows that himself, on his own, round Formula Fast, Milton Keynes, he backs himself against anyone.
And he's backing himself now with an early pit stop. It's like a club night. He's just cracking in those laps. Now, who is fastest of all at the moment. A new race record for this event, or not this event, this actual race, is Sam Spinell, who's running second. It was Gerb in third. That would be the Michael Gerb of the Gerb brothers, but it's now gone to Sam Spinell. Ed White continues to lead the way. He has the race fastest lap holder of Sam Spinell on his case, though, as they cross the line. There's Michael Gerb, the former fast lap holder, and in fact Ed White is the new record lap holder for this race, and he's the first one to dip under 32 seconds, 31.9.
And let's see, and it is the Scottish Michael Weddle who is currently in 7th place. If he can make up a few places, he'll be the British Michael Weddle.
Yeah, get him in the top half of that one's banners and we'll make him British. So he of course is the reigning Scottish mini champion.
Not arguing about that again.
So Ed White, currently fastest on track, currently leading the way, and he's lost that fastest lap situation to Sam Spinell. Sam Spinell is now the quickest on the track. Sam Spinell second. Sherbert is still not being left behind, and Philpott nor in fourth, but Van Pamelen is getting increasingly racy with Brad Philpott.
Not to the point where Philpott has to go defensive yet. I'd say any of these top 5 are still technically in this race at the moment, but Pamelin's got to be thinking that White is starting to stretch ahead of him. It's you know, the best part of 3 seconds now up the road from Van Pamelen to Ed White.
Yeah, 2.6 last time over the line, so we'll see what happens here. Have we got someone in the pits? No, we haven't. And this time it's 2.7. So Ed White takes a 10th of a second lead up on Van Pamelen, running 5th. So he is stretching the lead, but I'm sure he'd like to see it even more comfortable than that. It is Sam Spinell who's keeping him honest. It is Sam Spinell who's still fastest on the track. Lewis Manley, let's keep a little look at his times. He's probably, well, he's about 4th fastest at the moment. But Lewis Manley, he's trying to make it work from the back there. We'll see what happens when they cycle through the pit stops. He needs to be a bit faster, though, does Lewis Manley, if he's going to try and challenge the leaders after the pit stops, which is why he stopped early.
So that's the top 5. Looking back to 6, 7 and 8, you've got Gerb. Is that how I was saying it?
Gerb,
yeah, Gerb, Weddle and Verhoeven. So Weddle's
a bit of a Gerb, remember he's
Gerb, that's right, Gerb. I think Weddle is keeping that gap honest to Gerb, and I think he's got half an eye on making a move at some point. He's certainly not out of it.
And we've got a couple of Gerbs going on here. We've got the brothers Gerb. We've got Michael Gerb, who is 4 times Polish champion, and Wojciech Gerb, who is Polish gearbox kart champion. And Michael Gerb is the one running 3rd, both making their BRKC debut. And Wojciech Gerb at the moment is listed in 6th place. That means he's behind Van Pamelen.
Are you worried about the gap from the higher placed Gerb to Philpott starting to open up between 3rd and 4th? Yeah,
Philpott's still in serious visual contact with the higher of the Gerbs, but you know, he's going to. Yeah, he can't really afford to see that Gerb get smaller, can he?
We have someone in the pits. That is Weddle, who's come out of that battle between the lower Gerb and Verhoeven. So let's have a look at his pit stop. Yeah, so he's now trying to get back. He won't get out in front of Lewis Manley, but he's certainly got a nice marker of Lewis Manley in front of him, because Lewis Manley probably knows the right way to turn around this track.
And at the moment, this is working exactly to plan for Lewis Manley. As anybody in front of him stops, Lewis Manley comes out ahead. So at the moment, every time there's a stop, now there's a wave there to somebody. Who was that? I think, well, couldn't quite see that. But somebody was getting a signal from somebody else. And
Gerb's in, one of them.
Gerb.
It was the one that was fighting with Weddle. So let's see if Weddle's done enough. I think Gerb is going to come out in front of Weddle. So that's as they were, with Verhoeven still to pit, and to see if Verhoeven will slot in behind them. If Verhoeven comes out behind Weddle, then that is as they were for 6th, 7th and 8th.
And it's still continuing to work for plan for one of the main British hopes, Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley has made that early stop, one of the first stops, and every time someone has pitted in front of him, he has ended up coming out behind Lewis Manley. So Lewis Manley now to 7th place, moving up the order as drivers stop in front of him. At the moment, it looks like certainly Verhoeven, if Verhoeven stopped, he'd be behind Manley, but it could get a bit cagey when we get to the likes of Van Pamelen, Philpott, the faster Gerb and Spinell.
So he pitted from behind Van Pamelen, and Van Pamelen is currently just about 11 seconds, just shy of 11 seconds ahead.
That's it. We're looking at Lewis Manley, one of the local aces. Lewis Manley, a challenger for the championship over a number of years, always a factor for race wins around here. It is his local track. He would be what the fabled Anwar Brule-Smith would certainly class as a local bandit. And they don't get more local and they don't get more banditish than Lewis Manley. who is an absolute circuit specialist and showing it, because every time someone pits in front of him, Lewis Manley takes them on the effective undercut. Early stop for him, and it's working, and that's why he made that early pit stop. Ed White continues to lead, but it's less than a second to Spinell. Michael Gerb, the faster of the two Gerbs, is now fast on the track overall. He's third place, ahead of Brad Philpott, series organiser.
And Philpott's kept a decent gap to Van Pamelen. He'll be pretty pleased with that, because I think people watching might have expected Van Pamelen to close that gap, but Van Pamelen is now 3.3 seconds behind the overall lead of Ed White, and it's not as if he's being held up by Philpott at all.
No, in fact, quite the reverse. Philpott had Van Pamelen a lot closer to him earlier on. The former, well, last year's junior champion is European junior champion is Guillermo Van Pamelen, and Van Pamelen is actually dropping away ever so slightly from Brad Philpott. It's almost up to a second there, the gap. Fourth Philpott, fifth Van Pamelen.
You keep saying Philpott event organiser. We should also say, VLN class champion this year.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got so much to put his helmet to. Certainly Philpott at Nürburgring won his class in the BLN Championship this year. A spectacular driver. He's also been racing the Cartwheel Championship a number of times. He really is a class act, as Brad Philpott. There he is on screen now. As I say, well, you pointed out as well, class champion at Nürburgring in the VLN series with the Net Motorsport team. A great team to run for. Former Peugeot factory driver, of course, as well.
And big things to come next season, so I'm told, but he won't quite tell me what. However, Spinell is under pressure from Gerb the Greater.
So, yeah, as Gerb moved in a bit, yes, Gerb is now only 0.3 of a second behind Spinell. In the pits, though, that's Van Pamelen.
It's an interesting pit stop. Perhaps he's just had someone point a gap out to him, and hopefully he's going to come for him. He's going to come out in front of Lewis Manley. So that is as they were before Manley pitted, and with a similar kind of gap, to be honest.
A sub 10-second pit stop for Guillermo Van Pamelen. One of the most incredible stops we've seen all weekend. Van Pamelen, in his pursuit of Philpott, has really thrown the gauntlet down to Brad Philpott, and whatever success Brad Philpott's had over the years, he's going to have to throw it forward now. This is going to have to be the pit stop of the century from Philpott, because Van Pamelen was sub 10 seconds on the stop there. So an incredible showing by the current European junior champion, Guillermo Van Pamelen. And we're looking at Sam Spinell now. Sam Spinell, fastest on the track, would you believe, is Lewis Manley. So Lewis Manley, he's not been able to leapfrog Van Pamelen, but he's on the case of Van Pamelen. And Spinell, as you pointed out, Spanners has Gerb behind him, behind him.
Gerb the Greater has pitted to take the pressure off Spinell. I think he must feel that Spinell was holding him up. So there he's gone for that pit stop now, and it looks clean, and he's going to come out ahead of Van Pamelen.
He's lost to Verhoeven though, although Verhoeven is yet to pit.
He is yet to.
Luckily, there's enough gap that Verhoeven's not going to be a factor should Gerb...
No, Verhoeven's going to come in behind Weddle, if anything.
Yeah, and Verhoeven certainly is fast enough to stay clear of Gerb. Gerb is not close enough to actually, have any problem with Verhoeven with 9 minutes remaining. He's still out right the lead, non-stopping. Sam Spinell second, non-stop. Philpott third, non-stop. Verhoeven fourth, non-stop. And then Michael Gerb leads the stoppers. Everyone behind Gerb has stopped. That's Gerb, Van Pamelen, Manley, Gerb, this lesser, Weddle and Zajewski.
I like that you've adopted my Gerb nomenclature. But it could be good news for Bradley Philpott here, because his main threat for fourth place was Van Pamelen. If he's coming under pressure from Lewis Manley on track, they start taking time out of each other. That should make Philpott's pit stop more comfortable and let him come back out in his fourth place.
Lewis Manley there, running 7th place, is still the fastest on the track. He still holds the race record for this race, this semi-final. Obviously, Philpott will be mindful of Van Pamelen. Van Pamelen, if we have a look at this, is lapping about the same as Philpott, really. Philpott's ever so slightly faster, perhaps, but ever so slight is the word. We're looking at Lewis Manley, the fastest on the track as we speak. He holds the fastest lap for this race. That's him following Guillermo Van Pamelen. And in fact, is he closing in on Van Pamelen?
Yes, Lewis Manley is definitely closing in on Van Pamelen, yes.
Absolutely, Van Pamelen is setting some rapid times, but Lewis Manley is fractionally faster overall, and he is closing in on the young Dutchman there as Guillermo Van Pamelen round the snail, and that's Lewis Manley in the red suit behind him. So Guillermo Van Pamelen coming under increasing pressure from Lewis Manley. Early stop to try and pull himself ahead. Van Pamelen is the only one who's been able to come out of the pits ahead of Manley, but it's only just ahead, and Lewis Manley is closing him down. Manley clearly means business. Look at him go there, Spanners. What can you say about that?
Well, you can say that Van Pamelen's not going to give that place up easily, and Lewis Manley could get frustrated here. He's probably still guaranteed a place in the final, even if it stays as it is, because that's a 6th place finish, and he was quite high in the points table, I believe the overall points leader.
Yeah, well, he's going to leapfrog Verhoeven, who's the last of the non-stoppers, shall we say, in 4th place. But I don't think he's going to get any higher. Now, he's got Van Pamelen ahead, which means Van Pamelen would go 4th and Manley would go 5th. Manley could probably do with the extra points in 4th, so Lewis Manley will probably be actually intending to go for Van Pamelen if he can. I mean, it's obvious he's a racer, he's going to try and do it. He's closing in on Van Pamelen, and if he can pass Van Pamelen, I'm sure he will. He won't want to sit there. He'll want to sort of just nab those extra points, I'm sure, if possible, because at this stage, every point's going to count. 30 drivers start the semi-finals, only 10 are going to go through to the final, so it really is going to be quite important, I believe.
Yeah, but you don't want to end up like Verana and Powell, who were facing sideways through the snail section. There is that as well. At this point, if you've got your place in the final booked, that one extra place might not be worth a lunge that's going to put you in the barrier.
Well, that's what I'm worried about with Lewis Manley. We don't quite have the points up in front of us here, so I'm not quite sure how that would work out. And my fear is Lewis may just miss out the final should he actually end up with a 5th place score rather than the 4th. It might be enough to make a difference. He's got to be on the bubble, surely.
Now, I might be wrong, but I think he is net 6th at the moment, with
okay.
only Verhoeven to go behind him. I think it's only Verhoeven to pit, is it? And
Yeah.
when Philpott pits, he's got big enough gap.
Yes, of course,
Yeah.
because we've forgotten Gerb the Greater, haven't we?
Yeah.
So Gerb the Greater, that's Michael Gerb, 4 times Polish kart champion, who is currently listed in 5th, and he has stopped. So yeah, this could be getting a little bit marginal for Lewis Manley, because as I say, 30 drivers have gone into the semi-final and only 10 will go into the final. So Lewis Manley, those with access to the screens will be able to look at that and clearly see whether Lewis Manley could make enough points up. I'm sure he's going to be worried. At the moment, Lewis Manley has made even bigger inroads to Van Pamelen. Van Pamelen, the reigning European Junior Champion. Manley is, well, it's very close, but ever so slightly faster. Ed White is now the fastest on the track as we speak. 31.7 is just a blistering pace. All the top 7 are in 31 seconds now, and this is the fastest overall race pace we've seen of the whole weekend. This is getting really super serious now, Spanners.
Okay, if we're playing armchair managers, I think you would want to see Philpott come in now, solidify that track position over Van Pamelen now before anything has a chance to go wrong.
Yeah, Philpott would certainly come out behind Michael Gerb the Greater, but definitely ahead of Van Pamelen, but it would still be a bit marginal. I think Philpott's stop would have to be good, but he certainly could not risk a bad pit stop. He certainly could not, take any chances that many had to
It's
do it again.
12 seconds, so I think he'd be okay.
He would be, but, Van Pamelen is very fast. Yeah, by definition, a good stop. We can reckon on Philpott making a 10 or 11 second stop, to be honest. So, yeah, it would be a second to the good of Van Pamelen, but it would still be looking very close. Philpott continues on the track, though. There he is, just going out of view on the screen. There he is on screen. This is Brad Philpott, reigning class champion in the VLN series around Nürburgring, and a really tough thing to win that is. So, great run there by Brad Philpott.
And remember, we are contractually obliged to say that his pit stop was perfect, so remember that when we commentate on it.
It was epic.
Have been epic.
Yeah, so Brad Philpott, who will be making an epic pit stop, continues round. Will it be this like these stops, though? No, it's not. He continues on. Now, he does have Sam Spinell in his sights. Philpott's running very fast. Now, it is Ed White. He is leading the way with the best lap time. But Philpott is right up there. In fact, I think Philpott is setting the fourth fastest lap in the race. Second fastest is Lewis.
So Brad's lost time to Ed overall for the lead, although he has kept in touch with Spinell.
Absolutely. Brad Philpott at the moment is doing enough to stay in front of Van Pamelen. we are talking a 12-second gap exactly between Philpott and Van Pamelen, and that's going to be crucial now, because in these late stages, Philpott can't do with falling behind Van Pamelen. If he falls behind Van Pamelen, there's a good chance he's going to fall behind Lewis Manley as well, because he won't have momentum coming out of the pits, and they'll just drive around the outside of it. It's a similar, and there won't be anything you can do about it. So, well, Philpott is now 10 seconds to the good of Gerb the Greater. So Philpott, with a brilliant stop, could actually leapfrog Gerb.
So I've been a terrible manager here, tried advising him to come in. I'd have lost in track position.
Spinell in the pits, Sam Spinell is in the pits, Sam's for second place.
Now then, he could come out in front of Gerb the Greater, couldn't he? And that would say, oh no, he's...
He certainly could. He was an 11-second stop, though, by Spinell, so I don't think it was the best. He's come out behind Gerb the Greater. They're in the Snell section now out the window. We're looking at Brad Philpott there, but I can tell those of you watching at home that we're looking at Brad Philpott, but Sam Spinell has come out behind Gerb, and Philpott's in. Brad Philpott is in. This is crucial.
Race leader Ed White is in as well,
White.
so Ed White, he gets a green stop. Brad Philpott has made a perfect stop at the first sense of sensors. And let's see, also 16 is in as well. So Verhoeven also in the pits. Now Bradley Philpott has come out ahead of Van Pamelen comfortably by some distance, but he's still behind Gerb the Greater and Spinell.
It's not by much, though. It must be very close. And in fact, it is if, I think we're just going to have to go on what it looks like here. We've got Ed White in the lead. He's coming down the back straight. It's a seriously close up, because there is Gerb the Greater, there is Spinell, there is Philpott, there is Van Pamelen, and Lewis Manley challenging Van Pamelen down the straight. It's very close. First six, and Van Pamelen hit the wall. No, he's just stayed ahead of Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley turned to the right, but nothing going there.
Right, now Lewis Manley's closer than he's been to Van Pamelen all race long, and he is now actively swarming all over the back of him, looking for little inroads, and Van Pamelen has gone very defensive through the hairpin at the end of the Snell section. So this is going to be the one to watch now. Lewis Manley in the red race suit, chasing down Van Pamelen in the orange helmet down the back straight.
And, somebody needs to do the maths here, because will Lewis Manley find himself out of the final if he stays where he is? He's battling, he nudged Van Pamelen there, well, he couldn't help it, but he is in sixth place. This is crucial. It's nearly the end of the race. The check has been thrown. It's Ed White who's won from Gerb the Greater, Sam Spinell, Brad Philpott, Van Pamelen, Manley, Verhoeven, Weddell, Gerb the Minus, and Zajewski has come in last there, but there is the race winner. It is Ed White, getting so excited there we almost missed the flag, but the key thing is Ed White has booked himself a place in the final, and he potentially is one of the greatest British hopes of all time. And Ed White comes down the pit lane now with as much relief as satisfaction over a win. Michael Gerb, 4 times Polish champion, has come through in second. Sam Spinell, we're looking at his third. Surely a finalist. There's Gerb, who came in second. There's Brad Philpott, fourth. We're going to have to double check and see if he has scored enough to make the final. What is going on behind with Lewis Manley? We're really not sure where the points are at the moment. I'll let you know as soon as possible. He may well be out of the championship. Van Pamelen is in fifth. He's another one at risk as well. Christoph Verhoeven in seventh place. Michael Weddell eighth. Wojciech Gerb, Polish gearbox champion, is ninth, and Adrian Zajewski, who came in as a last-minute replacement, is 10th. His championship is going to be done there with the 10th place finish, but what a showing by Adrian Zajewski, last-minute replacement, and into the semi-finals he went. So what an incredible set of semi-finals. We're going to have a bit of a gap now, and then something a little bit different, because the final is going to involve a single kart qualifying session. Every kart.
I'm in the pits here with Ed White. A good race win. We think that's enough for you to get in the final, but in any case, you've stamped your mark on this tournament like you did last year.
Yeah, I needed that. Start the race. I was trying to get a bit of a gap from Sam so I could, start attacking and get away from them. Managed to get the gap, and easy from there. Good.
And when you came into the pits, though, then you had Bradley Philpott suddenly appear behind you. It was all very cluttered. Were you very confident that you had the race win?
Yeah, I was keeping an eye on the times. I think I had a 13-second gap to the guy in second. So I was pretty comfortable.
And if you're in the final, you're going for first place, obviously.
Absolutely.
Good luck, Ed White. Thank you very much. Great race win. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to try and grab a word with event organiser Bradley Philpott. Bradley Philpott was, of course, involved in a battle with Sam Spinell there. So obviously you're talking to Sam. It looked like you might be able to hunt him down at one point.
I wasn't really thinking about that, if I'm honest. I was just thinking about trying to stay as close to the top guys as possible to fight off the really quick guys I knew who were behind me.
So you were just out of sync with Van Pamelin as well, so staying in front of him was a big priority.
Yeah, exactly. I was just not quite quick enough to hang with the top 2 or 3, but I was in a kind of little bit of no man's land in the middle, and I wanted to maintain that because 4th in a semi-final is probably my best semi in a long, long time. So,
and because I think you qualified like 27th, so probably not enough for a final this year. But the event overall, how have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been great. I think it's the best one so far. Certainly the highest level of driving competition.
It gets harder and harder, and you're not getting any younger, are you, Brad?
No, exactly. I'll be in the Masters in 7 years, so a few more years to fight just for the overall competition. But I'm now going to look forward to watching the final from the balcony.
And I think I speak for everybody here when we say, Brad Philpott, thanks very much for organising this great event year after year. A great guy, a great organiser and a great racer. We now have the final to look forward to. Stay tuned right here.
Okay then, and so that concludes the semi-finals. We're going to run through the scores and see who's made the final. If you're watching on the live stream, we're going to be off for a few minutes. We believe that the actions for the final are going to get underway something like around about 20 past 7. So going to be off for about half an hour. Rejoin us for the grand final. Remember, these guys are fighting for the British Championship and £1,000. This is the most profitable racing potentially in all of British motorsport, because it hasn't cost much to enter and they're racing for £1,000 cash. So we'll see exactly who's in the final. We've got some ideas of who they'll be. We're going to just double check the scores and we'll be back with you in about half an hour's time.
All right, we're down.
Okay, well, here we are. It's the British Rental Kart Championship final. I'm James Auld. I'm the commentator for the BRKC in 2019. Spanners, my co-commentator, is going to be in the pit lane. We've got the grand final now. We've got single kart qualifying and then the final itself. So, Spanners, I believe, is in the pit lane, potentially going to be talking to some people. So, we'll head down to the pit lane, and Spanners, join us for the action.
I have your attention. We are in the pit lane for the final qualifying. So what's going to happen here is they're all going to each take a turn, and I apologise if James has already explained this. They're all going to take their turn in the number 11 kart, and when they hop out after that exhausting lap, I'm going to shove this microphone in their face and get an opinion from them as well, and we'll see who else is willing to talk. Obviously a lot of the drivers have congregated down here. I don't know yet who is first to jump in. Who's that? Who's first to jump in? Who have we got? Okay, how have you enjoyed the tournament so far with Pascors?
Good, good.
He says it's good. Comprehensive analysis. So we have the, I believe that's the marshal who's gone out there to test the kart. Is that right? Is that a marshal who's gone out in the kart now? Yeah. So he's going to make it nice and warm for everyone. And we'll see what kind of lap time he gets as a reference as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. So who's helmeted up, ready to go here? I believe, is that Johan? Yeah, that's Medart, who's... Okay, let's have a word with Dante. Dante, you just missed out. They're telling me to talk to you.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Good semi-final, though.
Yeah, it was a good semi-final. Obviously, would have been fourth if I didn't let Brandon through, but I think that seems to have helped him get into the final.
What a noble sacrifice. Does he owe you a pint?
He definitely does. He owes me something, but no, it looked like he would have got in anyway, which is good. It would have been very tight, though, but yeah.
Now, he has... Is this his first BRKC? He's sort of come in and he stamped his name all over it. Were you expecting that?
To be honest, I was, because I came down when he was his first time here. I came down with him. In the first one, he was well off. He's like, oh, I might not turn up if I'm this slow. And then as the sessions went on, he got better and better and better. And obviously, he's in the final. So
big show off, isn't he? He's a tall lad, though. Is he on the weight limit or is he too scrawny?
I think he's at 90.3, so he's playing with it, but he's going to down some water afterwards, so he'll be fine.
All right, then, let's have some predictions then, because he has the guy who's kind of appeared and taken it by storm. So give us a prediction then out of this top 10.
For quali?
Yeah, for William. No, for Williams overall.
Williams overall. I would love to see him get at least like a top 6, because obviously this is a really difficult set of drivers, but I don't know. It really depends how good the quali goes.
Some teammate, I'd have liked to see a bit more optimism than a top 6. Tell you what, I'll shove you out the way and let's have a word with Brad. Brad, you know this top 10 more than I do. Who are you expecting to really impress?
Well, interestingly, Ruben's actually only been on pole here once, I think, for the final, despite having won it every year. So, I mean, he's obviously a threat, but literally everyone in this final can take the pole. I'm gonna pin my colours to the mast and say Ed White.
Really? Because Ed's not been as sort of dominant as he was, say, last year, when he was really stamping his name all over the tournament. You think he can make good in the final?
I think he's going to be going out late enough in this qualifying session. There'll be some temperature in the tyres, and I think he'll do something special. It's purely a guess, though.
And then you've got Lee Hackett, who pretends that, am I in the final, am I? Oh, I didn't realise.
Yeah, there's a few people like to play themselves down, aren't there? But it's going to be very, very serious now for the next 20 minutes.
Okay, is this a qualifying lap?
Okay, and you're joining us now. This is the first qualifier. It's Dean Hale. Dean Hale has got into the final, and he is out to qualify first. And we'll see what he can do. He's on his qualifier as we speak. He's done his warm-up lap. He's on his qualifier, and he's coming through to finish that lap. They're giving him the checker. He's crossing the line. It is 32.7. So Dean Hale opens up the qualifying here. They're going to all be using the same kart to qualify for the final. So there's absolutely no reason to assume that someone's going to be disadvantaged. It's only a single out lap and a qualifier and an in. So there's even no question over fuel loose either. It's really going to be tight. Dean Hale has set the pace now with 32.7. That is Dean Hale. He is the lowest point scorer, so he is therefore first out to qualify. Dean Hale, TKM champion last year, he's switching to indoors for this particular event, and there is Dean Hale. He's been such a star, a debut in the BRKC this year. He's won races, he's made it into the final. It really is against the odds. He's bringing the kart in. He's set 32.7 second. Now he's going to now hand that kart over to the second qualifier, which is Lewis Manley. Now Dean Hale takes his weights away from the kart, weighted up to that 90 kilos. In gets Lewis Manley, weighting up the kart so that he matches the weight limit. Absolutely identical situation and overall. So Lewis Manley is just getting himself sorted. Now, Lewis Manley, we saw great wins in the main heat races, but such a struggle in the final. Massive importance, therefore, that he made it into the final by a dint of those great results in the heat races, because the semi-final, quite frankly, was a real mare for Lewis Manley. Back over to Spanners in the pits.
You've set the pace for us, Dean. How do you feel about that? Did you nail that?
It was all right. I went round, I didn't crash into anything, so we'll just see how it turns out, really.
Lewis Manley about to do his hot lap. What represents a good lap for you?
Him, normally. Yeah, just getting the right bit of track, not losing the lines around the tight corners like down the end of the straight.
Good luck for the final.
Okay, and you rejoin the action with Lewis Manley on his qualifying lap. Lewis Manley, he's trying to chase down Dean Hale's time of 32.7 seconds. He's onto the backstretch, single kart qualifying, as is the way, and round that corner at the end of the backstretch. Now Lewis Manley almost at the end of the lap. One more corner to navigate, and what's it going to be? He's getting the checker, he's crossing the line, and Lewis Manley, is he going to go first or second? He's gone second, but very close, 7/100ths of a second. 0.075 of a second puts Lewis Manley second in the lineup at the moment. So Lewis Manley is second place, and Lewis Manley is going to bring it around and come back in the pits. Next up to qualify, I believe, is going to be Brandon Williams. Now Brandon Williams, a very interesting situation there. He has made the final, but it would appear that Dante Dillon on the semi-final actually waved Brandon Williams ahead. He waved his friend ahead, knowing that Dillon did not have enough points to go through the final. That has allowed Brandon Williams to make it into this race. So Dante Dillon, totally selfless act there, has put Brandon Williams, who is qualifying next. Lewis Manley has completed his qualifying run. We're down to Spanners in the pits, who's going to be talking to Lewis Manley as Brandon Williams gets his situation sorted out, ready to qualify. Look at that seat insert. Okay, so we've got Brandon Williams, who's heading out onto the track, and I believe Lewis Manley is there with Spanners.
Very close, Lewis, just behind Dean there, very close. What can you do from here?
Tried the best as I can. Didn't have the best lap, really. Through the snow, I just seemed to go a little bit stiff braking and just didn't get the momentum as I wanted. So I'm going to try everything as I can and just try and please my friends and family.
Good luck, Lewis Manley. I'm sure you'll do yourself proud. Just behind Dean Hale there, Lewis Manley. Back to you, James.
Okay, and you rejoin the action here. Brandon Williams is the third qualifier. He's made it into the final with the help of Dante Dillon there in the semi-final. And Brandon Williams, he's a debutant in the British Rental Kart Championship this year. He's a champion with Kart Sport, and he's won races. Incredibly, he's been the only driver really, apart from Johan Medart, to take the fight and beat Ruben Boutens in a heat race. That's not happened for a long time. He's on his qualifier now. He's looking good. He's at the far end of the straight and around the section here into the final hairpin here. What's it going to be? He's going to cross the line in a second now. They're giving him the flag, and Williams is third, 0.2 of a second. Well, actually, in reality, yeah, just under 0.2 of a second off. And Williams is third, 0.2 of a second down. And so it's shaping up pretty tight here. Currently, Dean Hale leads the way from Lewis Manley. and Brandon Williams. Next up to qualify is going to be Lee Hackett. So that was Brandon Williams' effort there. He's he's not lost a lot. It's only 0.2 of a second. I know it's tight at this level of the game, but it's he may not be as far down the order as he thinks. It is Lee Hackett who's getting ready next. Lee Hackett is a twice British champion, so Lee Hackett will see what a double British champion can do. When Lee Hackett won his championships though in 2012, 2013, it was a multi-venue event, but Lee Hackett has adapted well to the single weekend championship, and he's put himself into the final here. So here is Lee Hackett about to take over. So there is Brandon Williams. He's in third place provisionally for the qualifying there. You can see he's carrying a lot more weight in the seat. That seat insert is weighted up to bring Brandon Williams up to the kilo requirement. There is former champion Lee Hackett. He's heading out to start his warm-up lap and then his qualifier, and we'll have Spanners interviewing Brandon Williams as soon as possible, but Lee Hackett is out on track on his warming up lap. Lee Hackett, the fourth driver out to qualify of 10, rounding the long fast corner to the backstretch. Next time he takes this part, he's going to be under qualifying conditions. Lee Hackett down the bottom end of the course there, and round the final turn. He's about to qualify, just 2 corners away from qualifying in the final of the British Rental Kart Championship 2019. Former champion Lee Hackett across the line. And
I was trying to have a word with Brandon. Very much not in the mood to talk at the moment. 0.2 off the pace, and I don't think he's very pleased with that. The body language as he bounced over the line indicated he hadn't got every ounce of lap time out of it. So back up to you, James.
Okay, thanks there, Spanners. And Lee Hackett is on his qualifier. He's down the back stretch. He's looking good. He's looking very good indeed. Around this turn, on towards the final corner. It's a tight hairpin. There it is. There's Lee Hackett. He's going to cross the line. What's it going to be? He's gone fastest. He's taken provisional pole by 0.2 of a second. 32.5 is the benchmark, and it's been set by twice champion Lee Hackett. He's turned up, he's done brilliantly this year. He's won races, and he's put himself on the provisional pole position for the British Rental Kart Championship 2019 final. And Lee Hackett will really be pleased with that one. He may or may not know the results. There's a scoreboard around the track. He may have looked at it. He's coming back in the pits. And Lee Hackett on the provisional pole position. But a major threat coming up now. The next driver is Ed White. Ed White was the top place British driver last year, and Ed White has won races too, and hopefully Spanners will be getting a word with Lee Hackett. Ed White takes to the track.
Okay, this is Spanners down in the pit lane. Let's see if we can grab a word with Lee. You always try and make out like, oh, you're just here by accident. You've nailed that lap.
Yeah, pretty happy with that one. I didn't even see actually, because I wanted to give Ed, my friend, a warm cart.
You're all heart, that's your problem.
It's too much love. But yeah, really happy with that time.
So minimum you're starting 6th or 7th, aren't you? So that's a good chance for a good result.
Yeah, hopefully.
Go for it. Back to you, James.
Okay, so we're looking now at Ed White. Ed White is starting his qualifying lap. So Ed White is in qualifying conditions now. He's looking to beat Lee Hackett's time of 32.5. There's 0.1 behind him for Hale, 0.2 behind him for Manley, and 0.4 behind him for Brandon Williams. But here comes Ed White, top place British driver in the Rental Kart Championship last year. And he's down the backstretch there, absolute full speed here. He's turning in at the end of the course there, and round this long looping right-hander, heading for the final hairpin left. There is the hairpin left, and he's going to be across the line. What's it going to be for Ed White? Is he going to go fastest? He's second. He's a 10th of Lee Hackett, double British champion Lee Hackett. Ed White is provisionally second on the starting lineup. He's already seen the time there on the screen, but it's second place at the moment for Ed White. Now, so far we've had the British drivers out to qualify, and the other half of the field is all our foreign drivers. It's just luck of the draw that it's worked out this way, and the final British driver out there qualifying was Ed White. We see he's coming back around down the long backstretch, backed off the power here, down towards this corner, and he's almost at the end of the lap. And in the pit lane, getting ready to qualify is the first of the foreign contingent. It is, of course, the epic driver Logan Sunay, the Belgian. Logan Sunay is going to be qualifying next. Always a strong competitor and vastly experienced in international racing, international rental kart racing. So Ed White has put himself provisionally second on the grid by 0.1 of a second to Lee Hackett. He takes his weights out, Logan Sunnay puts his in, and Sunnay, the Belgian, as we've said many times this weekend, a member of the Blue Star Racing team, that absolutely crack outfit from Belgium. They compete in many championships across Europe particularly, but also in the world. Logan Sunnay out to qualify. Obviously Spanner's going to get hold of Ed White as soon as he can.
I'm in the pit lane with Ed White. You've not quite got in front of Lee Hackett, but a good team effort for the beer leavers. Who's the #1 driver out of you and Lee?
Well, it looks like Lee.
He doesn't have to let you by. We're not going to say Lee, Ed is faster than you.
I think you should, actually. Yeah, that sounds good to me.
It's a good lap. Good luck for the final, Ed.
Okay, so Logan Sunnay is starting his qualifier. He's just coming off the final corner. Now he's on his qualifying lap. He knows what Lee Hackett set to set the provisional pole position time. Logan Sunnay into the Snell section, and he's keeping it tight, he's keeping it neat. He's running out wide there and then back across this long looping left-hander towards the fast backstretch. There is Logan Sunnay. Logan Sunnay sweeping out down the backstretch there. He knows he's chasing 32.5 seconds, and it could be quick, it may not be, we'll see what happens. He's on the final turn now, the hairpin here. Is he going to challenge Lee Hackett? He takes the line, and second place for Logan Sunnay. Lee Hackett takes the provisional pole position again. Logan Sunnay 0.1 second off, only 200ths away from the incredible Ed White. So Lee Hackett still fastest, and of course nail-biting times for Lee Hackett as all the remaining drivers basically line themselves up and shoot for his lap time. So Logan Sunnay, he will have seen the board, he knows he's second. He's going to of course be hoping he stays there, but it is still Lee Hackett, twice British champion, now based in London, from Herefordshire though, originally rose to prominence at Hereford Raceway and is a former British champion. So Logan Sunnay is getting out of the kart. Next one in is going to be one of the Gerb brothers, Michael Gerb, and Michael Gerb, 4 times Polish champion, and Logan Sunnay is just going to keep himself to himself for this one. We're going to be watching everything that happens with Gerb. Gerb's getting in the car now. Michael Gerb, 4 times Polish champion, is about to take to the track, just getting the weight sorted out and everything correct on the kart, and then he will be out to qualify. Slavek Piskor's there, getting a great close-up shot there as Michael Gerb, a debutant again in the BRKC this year. Quite a few of the debutants showing incredible speed and racecraft to put themselves into the final. That is a big rarity that any of the debutants make the final, but quite a few of them this year. So Michael Gerb, a Polish driver, as I said already, 4 times Polish champion. He's coming back down the straight there towards the end of his warm-up lap. He knows what he's shooting for. It's 32.5 seconds set by Lee Hackett. Logan Sunnay is only 1.0 behind that, and sorry, 0.10 and 0.12 for Ed White. Now he's on his qualifier. This is important for Gerb. He's going to have to try and beat Hackett if he's going to stand a chance of winning this final. Speed counts, but racecraft, and everyone's got great racecraft here. So Gerb, the debutant, could do with qualifying on pole here. He's out onto the backstretch. There he goes down the backstretch. Not really that tight against the wall, it has to be said. Into the final turn at the end of straight there, into this last left, and then the final hairpin right. And there's Gerb. What's it going to be? He's looking good. He's looking good. Is he going to beat Hackett? He does. He beats Lee Hackett incredibly by 200ths of a second. Michael Gerb, incredibly, 200ths of a second. He'll barely believe it. Lee Hackett will barely believe it. We all barely believe it. But is the debutant Michael Gerb from Poland, the 4-time Polish champion, is currently provisionally on pole position for the British Rental Kart Championship Final 2019. There's Michael Gerb coming down the straight there. Well, he's done everything he can, and that was good enough for provisional pole position. Lee Hackett, though, is still looking good in second place. He's in the pits. And down into the pit, there's Gerb. He completes that. He's provisionally on pole position. He now gets to see what a handshake there for Patrick Naroda. Patrick Naroda, friendly pat on the back, but now starts the aggressive business of trying to knock Michael Gerb off the top step there. Spanners, I think, is trying to get a word.
Only a quick one. I'm with Michael Gerb, pole position. Did you get everything out of that?
Yeah, provisional pole. We have a free driver. We see.
Minimum, I think you're starting 4th. That's great, isn't it? You've got to go for the podium.
Yeah, that's not bad. I need a good car to win, but we will see.
You look quietly confident. I reckon he's quietly confident. Back to you, James.
Nice one there, Spanners. Now we've got Patrick Neroda, who's about to start his qualifying lap. Patrick Neroda, one of the epic performers at any level in karting, on his flying lap now. Patrick Neroda knows it's a 32.524 to shoot for the pole position there, which will give him the first place start provisionally. And Neroda wants nothing less. That's going to be, well, it's never going to be easy, but it's going to be a bit less difficult if he can start from that top place. Michael Gerb, the debutant, is provisionally on pole. Patrick Neroda, we've seen him many times. As Neroda comes around the final turn, this is his qualifier. What's it going to be? He's looking very good indeed as he crosses the line. He is third place, 0.02 of a second from Michael Gerb, but that is only good enough for third. So Neroda, he's leapfrogged everybody except Hackett and Gerb. So Neroda very, very close on time, but just not quite close enough to knock Gerb and Hackett away from those top 2 positions. So very, very tight indeed, only 0.02 of a second off, but down in third place for Patrick Neroda. Patrick Neroda now brings it on round, and next up, who's going to be the qualifier now? It is going to be Johan Medart. 2 more qualifiers to go, and what qualifiers they are. It's going to be Johan Medart, followed by reigning world champion Ruben Boutens. There's Medart, Johan Medart. He was a debutant last year. He almost managed to win the championship, ended up third, and then famously slipped over in the presentations with the champagne, nearly taking out champion Ruben Boutens. Just getting the kart suited to his liking there is Johan Medart. As you can see, a member of the Blue Star Racing team. Seriously quick outfit from Belgium, win regularly on this international scene. So, has Spanners anything for us on this one?
That's a decent lap. What represents a good final for you this week? What do you think is a good place for you this week to finish in the race?
Yeah, I hope it will be my end place, but it will be very hard because Ruben is going now and Johan. So I think I will be maybe 5th after qualification.
In the race first?
We'll see, yeah.
Quietly confident again. There's a sly look in your eye, Patrick. Good luck. Back to you, James.
Nice one, Spanners, and it's Johan Medart now, who's shooting for Gerb's time there of 32.524. If anyone can do it, Johan Medart is one of the 2 remaining people who can. He's completing his qualifying lap now. It's the final turn now. Medart is looking fast, as he always does. What's it going to be? It's only 7th. Well, we're saying only 7th. This is epic performance here, but it is a 32.7, and he puts himself behind Dean Hale. So Johan Medart is actually lower down the order than he was last year. So we'll see if he can turn that around in the race itself, but he has qualified what is that, 7th place? Yes, and I think Johan Medart will be a bit disappointed with that. Johan Medart all day long we'd hype up as being someone capable of dealing with Gerb's time, but it hasn't happened. He is in fact 7th place. People behind him at the moment are Manley and Williams, and Johan Medart comes into the pits. He's going to bring it to a stop, and it is the final qualifier. Who is it? Of course, the remaining qualifier is 5 times British champion Ruben Boutens, double world champion. He won the world championship for the first time after many years when it was expected of him. And Johan Medart walking away. I don't think Spanner's going to get into interview with Johan Medart there. As
oh, am I okay? Well, I decided that discretion was the better part of valour. Obviously, Johan's not going to be delighted. He's popped up in provisional 7th place, which will probably be 8th place, and he's left the pit lane, hopped over the barrier, and gone. Yeah.
Okay then, so on track now is Ruben Boutens, and Ruben Boutens, the reigning world champion. He was world champion for the first time in Spain in 2017, backed that up with a title when it moved to Poland 2018. He's going to be racing the world championship later on this year, but at the moment he's trying to win the British Championship for the 6th time. He has made the final, he's the final person to go out to qualify, and he's going to begin his qualifying lap now. And this is by far the established benchmark of Ruben Boutens. He's rated as the top driver in the world, double world champion, as I say. He's looking for 6 consecutive British Championship wins. Ruben Boutens around the fast right onto the backstretch. Here he comes on the backstretch there. Ruben Boutens looking for 6 British titles. And he's going to edge towards that with this qualifying lap. This is crucial to his ambitions in that 6th title there. He's going to complete the lap now. He's taking the checker. What is it? It's 3rd place for Ruben Boutens. So Ruben Boutens, well, there are, let's look at it, 7 British titles, 7 British Rental Kart Championships in the top 3. None for Gerb, who's on pole. 2 for Hackett, who's 2nd, and 5 for Ruben Boutens, who is 3rd. However, Hackett and Gerb cannot relax here because Ruben Boutens may be 3rd, but he's not defeated. When he took the title for the first time in the final, he had only qualified 5th. So Ruben Boutens still very dangerous, despite appearing to miss out on the pole position there. He cannot be discounted. Anyone discounting Ruben Boutens is making a major mistake. Spanners, obviously you're down in the pit lane there. You may be able to get a word with Ruben Boutens, the reigning world champion. See what you can do down there, but at the moment it's Michael Gerb, the debutant from Poland, 4 times Polish champion, on the pole position from double world champion Lee Hackett and 5 times British champion Ruben Boutens. Spanners, he's heading your way.
Yep. Now, am I live? Hi guys, yeah, I'm here with poleman Michael Gerb. That you can't have dreamt of pole position in the final.
Yeah, amazing feeling. Really nice lap. Really small difference between first 3 driver. Now let's final.
Good luck for the race. A real turn-up actually that we've got Lee Hackett quietly going about his business, and suddenly there he is 2nd ahead of Ruben Boutens. Let's see if we can grab a word with Ruben at any point. I've got a feeling he's not going to take his helmet off now, but he's in 3rd place. He's going to be contemplating what he's going to do for the final. We've seen him when he's not been in 1st place be very aggressive, get down the inside of people, and I think if you're in front of Ruben Boutens in this final, you are going to have to be defensive. He is going to attack, and we've seen him win in finals from not 1st place before. Let's see, he's still got his helmet on, he's talking to his teammates. Let's get a sense of what's going on around us at the moment. Everybody very much in race mode. Let's see if we can grab a word with Lee as well, because Lee, before you get your helmet on, did you imagine that you'd end up in 2nd place?
Well, no. Obviously qualifying in, 7th, and must have just pulled it out of the bag when I needed it. It's a shame that I'm picking my car at 7th. I've got to hope for the right machine now.
And you got quite a good bloke behind you there.
Oh, what, Ruben?
You'll deal with it, won't you?
I don't know about that. We'll give it a go.
Best of luck. These gladiators, are they clearing from me now? I'm assuming we're going back up to James, who's going to get us ready for the final. I'll see you up there in a minute.
Thank you there, Spanners. A quick interview there with Lee Hackett, who is the best placed British driver in the lineup. Just going to go over that lineup again. We have the Polish, 4 times Polish champion, Michael Gerb in pole position there. Lee Hackett just a couple of hundredths of a second behind him. Lee Hackett, double British champion, and looking to make it 3 if he can. He's the top placed British driver in 2nd place. Ruben Boutens, the reigning British champion, 5 times champion of Britain and champion of just about every other country in Europe over the years. Double world champion Ruben Boutens is lining up in 3rd place. Patrick Neroda, now Patrick Neroda is right up there in 4th place. I think this is the best performance we've seen. That single lap, he's been up there in the heat race in the semi-final as well, but on that single lap there, that has probably done the greatest bit of driving for Neroda in the whole championship so far. Logan Sune is in 5th place. The 2nd place British driver in the lineup is Ed White. He was the top Brit last year. This time he's in 6th place in the starting lineup. Dean Hale, a debutant, the debutant there, Dean Hale, TKM champion. He's going to start in 7th place. Johan Medart is going to be in 8th place. Now, Johan Medart was 3rd last time. It looked as though he was the most likely to challenge Ruben Boutens for the result last year of champion, but Tom van Dijk, of course, came between them. Tom van Dijk not racing this year, but Johan Medart is going to try and get to the front from that 8th place, you can be sure. Lewis Manley, for so many years regarded going in as one of Britain's great hopes. He's made the final just, but he is 9th on the grid there. I think we'll see Lewis trying to move forward. When he was qualified a bit far back in the semi-final, we saw an early pit stop from Lewis Manley. We may see the same again. And rounding them out there, another debutant, Brandon Williams, and what a show it's been by Brandon Williams. He really has worked well there. He's in 10th place for the start, but as the only other driver apart from Johan Medart to beat Ruben Boutens straight in a race, you've got to say Brandon Williams is still some kind of threat from 10th place. We'll see what he says. Spanners, it's been quite an interesting qualifying session there.
Yeah.
But Lee Hackett, the top place Brit, he was talking to you at the end. How do you rate his chances?
I fancy it. I don't think there's anything he can't do now, to be honest. I think both the guys that are up front, I'm not saying that they weren't expecting to be up front, but they are delighted, I think, with their places. Less so Brandon Williams, of course. He seemed to be beating himself up as he was crossing the line, which is a bit of a shame for him as well. I think Lewis Manley as well. So the top and bottom, a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, and when you consider that Brandon Williams, he is 10th and last in the lineup, but by what? 0.4 of a second. In motorsport, generally, we can be guilty of making small amounts of time appear big. If you think about it, what's 0.4 of a second? It's like now. Just now. And that separates the entire 10 finalists over not just one corner, but a complete lap. So, Spanners, there's really nothing in it, isn't there?
No, but I would have expected, obviously, Medart to be a little bit further up. So when it's a tight track with 10 guys this good, being in 7th place, it's not like you think, oh, well, it's over the course of a Grand Prix, that it's going to rain or something and something's going to mix it up. You've got to think the winner's going to come from the top 3, 4, maybe 5.
Absolutely. Now we've got a little bit of a longer race for the final itself.
Yeah, we've got to count to 2 with the pit stops.
We do. We've got traditionally a 2 pit stop deal in the final. I mean, that really shakes things up a little bit. So we can expect maybe an early or a late stop. We have seen people stopping late, and bang bang on consecutive laps they've come into the pits. As usual, it depends on what's going on around them and how they feel. You know what? In the semi-final, when we saw Lewis Manley qualify what he would consider down, he made an early pit stop. I reckon we might see the same again. He's going to be disappointed with that.
You're definitely going to see people rolling the dice from the back of the grid very early, and you've got 2 to play with, so why not use 1 early on?
Exactly, and if we look there, Ruben Boutens is the reigning champion. Of course, he's only 3rd on the grid. We're looking down now, and they've got the draw. Well, they get to choose the karts in order of how they qualified. So, Sherb.
Well, this is key because Lee Hackett doesn't get to choose very high up, even though he's qualified 2nd for starting. I think he's something like 7th to pick.
Right, that could be interesting then. And if he's not going to get his choice of karts, I'm assuming we're talking Ruben Boutens will get that actual choice kart on that basis.
Lee assuming that no one has checked, I'll just say yes.
Well, if Lee Hackett's going to be 7th to pick, he was 7th qualifier for the final, so on points. So that if they're doing it that way round,
I think they are.
That will mean that Ruben Boutens will get the kart selection. Now, the organisers, with the same tester, run the karts about 0.2 of a second, so they know what their karts can do, but they of course will be the drivers themselves will have their own personal favourite.
Some superstitious people on that grid, do you think? Maybe
almost certainly. And maybe Lewis Manley. Look at Lewis Manley on screen there. Look at those eyes, he's ready to go. There's Dean Hale in the background,
who is frankly far too relaxed and has been all weekend. He's the guy with his feet out the cart, chilling out.
He was in the semi-final, wasn't he? As they were about to head out.
Mind you, he's quite far up the grid, to be fair. He was muttering to everyone how he was definitely going to finish last, but he's 7th on the grid. Well,
he might want to change that opinion. He's 7th on the grid, possibly higher, maybe, with the result. There is Brandon Williams. Now, Brandon Williams is going to be making a 10th place start there, Brandon Williams, but we'll see if he can move forward. I mean, the only way is forward for him. I think he's capable of it, to be honest, Spanners. I really do.
Yeah, roll the dice, get yourself in clear air, get out of the early trouble, see what you can do, and you've still got a pit stop in hand to play with. So, yeah, expect that from Medart, expect that from Manley, Williams. Probably they will. The problem is, what if they all do it out the back and then they end up in a little train by themselves?
Well, it happens. We've seen it.
Yeah.
It does occur. So this is the BRKC Grand Final 2019. And what is up for grabs in this? Well, basically a trophy, the £1,000 first prize, World Championship entries, top 3 trophies, of course, and we'll see who they're going to go to. Gerb is going to, well, he's going to be gunning for it, isn't he? There's Ed White on the left in the blue and orange helmet. Lewis Manley's on the right, and in the middle of them, so to speak, in the number 12, that of course is Brandon Williams. And look, it's that relaxed positioning of Dean Hale again. Once again, he's got his feet up on the wheels, his hands over the side.
He knows that this is being videoed, right? What if we were like that?
Well, he's not the only cool one, because if you look, Logan Sunay there, Logan Sunay to his right in the 19 is another one with his leg out the cart. So a relaxed Logan Sunay there. Now, Logan Sunay, where did he qualify? 5th. Number 10, of course, that is it's one of the Blue Star boys, of course, Medart. Yeah, Medart. He's going to be thinking about what he can do.
The bespectacled Medart.
Yeah, that's right. Now he's going to be a bit down by his reckoning. In the distance there, waving at you, that's Patrick.
I was waving back. What moron?
There you go. And there he is, the world champion and reigning British champion, of course, Ruben Bouton's there. So they're heading out and they're going to take up position. Of course, standard rolling start, normal international rules, single file start, warm-up lap, and then race start, and we'll be bringing the action to you. Of course, remember, it's a double pit stop in this race, a slightly longer race, and we'll see what happens. Give me a half-hour race, this one. Lewis Manley kind of getting those front wheels worked in, and well, we'll see what happens here. So Lewis Manley coming to a stop. They're going to line up on that backstretch, as we've seen all tournament, and taking up the front is going to be Gerb. Gerb is the one being brought forward. It is, of course, one of the 2 Gerb brothers. The other one didn't quite make the final. It's Michael Gerb, 4 times Polish champion.
James Auld, cheeky prediction?
One. Well, to be honest with you, I'm actually going to go a bit conservative. I'm actually going to say Ruben Bouton's for 6. You know, I really am. I think it's going to be a great chance for Hackett, but Ruben Bouton's has a nasty little habit of making it happen when it counts. That's really what's got him the results over recent years. He's just able to make it work. You know, as well, if anyone watches Star Trek, as Captain Picard would say, make it so, and Ruben Bouton's has a habit of making it so. Spanners, who's your pick?
Let's go for Hackett. Early lead, hold everyone up.
Well, yeah, I mean, between them, Ruben Bouton's and Lee Hackett have 7 British championships.
Wow.
Yeah, so 7 British championships have fallen their way, and so Lee Hackett with 2, Ruben Bouton's with an incredible 5. We look in the back of Bouton's there, and he's going to be joined, of course, by Patrick Naroda. There's Naroda heading down. That's Brandon Williams.
I've just noticed for the first time he's got an eyeball on the back of his gold helmet, Brandon Williams.
Yeah, well,
that's gross.
It's looking back at people, isn't it? Unfortunately, he's got nobody to look back at in this situation, because he will be starting 10th.
I don't like it.
But obviously he'll be trying to do something about that. There's Dean Hale on the left, Ed White on the left in front of Hale. White takes up his position, which is of course 6th. So there on the pole there is Gerb, there's Hackett, and as they go out of view, Bouton, Naroda, Logan Sunay, Ed White, Hale, there's Johan Medart, and there is Lewis Manley. There is Lewis Manley in the red suit at the end, and now you can just see over his shoulder, just over us actually, Spanners, our picture there, then Brandon Williams bringing up the rear. So, well, we're going to be getting underway any second. This, folks, is for £1,000. Potentially the most profitable race in all the British motorsport. Yes, you might win more if you're winning in a British Touring Car Championship race, but I bet it costs a lot more to win it than this does. This has cost all these guys about 150 quid, so straight there, there's profit. Now, let's look as they take the start. It is Michael Gerb. Michael Gerb has put it on pole when it counts, and that's the final. And the final is going to get underway. It's the British Championship final for 2019 is on, and we go green, and Gerb's got the lead, but Hackett's with him. Is Hackett going to have a look in the Snell section? He's very close. No, he's not. Gerb's got it covered. Ribbon boots to the outside. As they exit the Snell section, it's still Gerb. Spanners, Gerb has got it in the lead at the moment.
I thought Naroda was going to give it a cheeky look down the inside of Ruben Bouton's. However, he did hold off, but that has cost him, as there's a small gap developing as Bouton's attacks Hackett.
defensive already by Sherb. He's defensive, so is Hackett. Ruben Boots is taking a more standard line down the backstretch. It is still Sherb. Sherb is going to complete the opening lap in the lead of the grand final. He's looking good for £1,000 cash prize at the moment, but Lee Hackett's going to have something to say about that, and Sherb is already being forced to go defensive in the Snell section, so everybody's a pass position. Johan Medart making the move. Hale, contact with Medart, and Medart is now being bundled back by Lewis Manley, and he's going to be freight trained by Brandon Williams.
Yep.
Medart to the outside on the backstretch. Medart drops to last.
Once you get on the outside lane there's nothing you can do, and Manley and Williams slipped up the inside there of Medart. But look at the different line that Boutins takes. He takes a very wide line coming out of the Snail, and Naroda is punching, trying to get through there.
It's Ed White in the pits, and Medart's come in a bit early maybe. Is he going to be held up by Ed White?
No,
Ed White leaves, and Medart, I think, has got away with it a bit, but that was an early stop. He got bundled out the way, and he thinks now, I need some clean air, I'm just going to set some fast times. He does have one more pit stop to make, but that's probably a good idea by Medart.
This may not startle you, but it looks like Ruben Boutins has got the pace to stay right on the bumper of Lee Hackett and put him under pressure. And it does look like Naroda as well is taking very attacking, shallow lines into a lot of the overtaking corners.
Yeah, we've got another one in the pits. It's Dean Hale. Dean Hale is pitted from about 6th place. He's on the first part of the stop, and he's looking good. He's looking good. Yes, it's green. He's good to go. And Dean Hale rejoins the action. Ed White in the pits as well. Ed White's second stop.
That's right. He's gone for it. He's got them all out of the way. He's going to be on his own now for the rest of the race, possibly until people start making their second stops. But this top 5 is not a bad place to be. They're all sticking quite close together. So from Gerg all the way down to Songya, I think that's an all right place. You don't have to pit out there. They're going to be quick.
Yeah, I mean, they're all within about 0.2 of a second in qualifying, so there's no question that they're not technically holding each other up.
It's interesting that none of the top 5 have gone, but everyone else has rolled the dice.
Yeah, I think all the action was happening top 5 and back, and I think it just freaked them all out, and they wanted out of it. So everyone pitted. Ed White, of course, made 2 stops. Ed White has now completed all of his pit stops for the entire championship. And Ed White is just going to be looking at setting lap times on his own.
Well, Ed White is the only person here who cannot have a problem with a pit stop now for the rest of the championship as well. There's that. But like we said, if lots of people take an early stop, you have to take another one to get yourself out of that bunch, and that's what he's done.
Absolutely. So Ed White is on his own completely. Now here's on screen Sherb. Sherb leading the way, 4-time Polish champion from Lee Hackett, twice British champion. And then Ruben Boutins, 5 times British champion and double world champion. So titles galore at the front of this field, and Sherb clicks off another lap in the lead. He's 6 laps in, plenty of time to go though, still 26 minutes remaining in this race. Lee Hackett watching brief in 2nd place, but he does have the double world champion behind him in the shape of Ruben Boutins. And Sherb clearly going to be under pressure here, but he has the lead and he has a clear road in front of him.
You have to imagine at this point everybody has got somebody off track who's going to advise them when is the time to come in for a hit.
Absolutely, and I think a couple of them might have more than one. And certainly I'm sure our virtual kart manager is going to come into play, Spanners.
So a lot of armchair kart manager for sure. But this top 5, you're probably suspecting right now that the winner is going to come from this top 5.
Absolutely, we're talking about certainly 5 of the finest drivers in the world at the moment, led there by Michael Sherb, the Polish driver, and Lee Hackett behind, and Ruben Boutins in 3rd place. Now, Hackett knows that Ruben Boutins is going to be thinking exactly the right things. Whatever Ruben Boutins does is likely to be right, basically. He's not really hassling Hackett at the moment, so clearly he has faith that Hackett can stay with Sherb, and it's too early to do anything silly. But Ruben Boutins, as soon as he feels the need, is probably going to make a move on Hackett. I don't think he's going to pit himself out of anything yet, is Boutins.
No, so in real terms, apart from this top 5, you've got Manley 4 seconds off the back of it, Williams 6 seconds off the back of it, and then Dean Hale is the first of the hitters, who's 15 seconds behind the lead, 13 seconds. So all that top 5 can now pit ahead of Dean Hale, and that's the crucial pit window that we're watching.
Absolutely, and what is interesting is if you take Ed White, and we're saying that, well, ordinarily we say 10 or 11 seconds is a great pit stop. At this level, with the final, we'll probably be needing to be pitting in 10 seconds if you don't want to lose a space. So Ed White, 23 seconds off, he does need to make up some time.
He does at the moment, but he's in the right place to do it. He's in clean air, and he has to trust Ed White to do the best job that Ed White can do.
And would you believe it, Spanners? Guess, without looking at the screen, who is the fastest on the track?
I'm just going to say Ed White, because that's the last 3 names I said.
Let me throw it at you. Lewis Manley.
Really? Oh, excellent. Well, he is definitely emotionally invested in this championship. It means so much to him, and I think a lot of people are willing him on to a good result. He's currently running in 6th place, and he's not a million miles away from that top 5.
And Lewis Manley's fastest lap of the race so far is a 32.000. Who is going to be first into the 31s? Everyone else on 32.0 in front of Manley, but Manley, running in 6th place, is the fastest on track. There's Manley about to start another lap. We're looking on screen at Ruben Boutons, the reigning world champion. He's working hard on double British champion Lee Hackett, that's the one. And but Gerb continues in the lead by 0.6 of a second.
Out of that top 5, there's about 5 different lines they all take into that snail hairpin, which every time makes me pay attention before they shuffle back into line.
Ruben Boutons down the inside has passed Hackett. He's passed Hackett for second. And again, that seems to be Ruben Boutons' favourite overtaking place in this championship. He's mostly got it done, but that, it has to be said, is the cleanest pass on anyone who's pulled off.
Yeah, Hackett might be upset that he's left a big gap there, to be fair.
At least Hackett's still running 3rd. Now, Lee Hackett, was he waiting for Ruben Boutons to pass and then pit, or will he stay out there? Ruben Boutons is 1 second behind the leader, Gerb, so a little bit of time lost, maybe.
Sometimes maybe if you get a bad beat or you get a bad pass, you want to take a pit stop and consolidate yourself. But if it's Ruben Boutons, he's probably not flabbergasted that that's happened.
No, he's not. Lee Hackett does stay out, so he's kind of answered the question about whether or not he's going to come in the pits. Ruben Boutons is obviously not going to come in the pits. Now, can he close in on Gerb? He's 1.0 seconds behind the leader, Gerb, and Ruben Boutons is going to be chasing him down. Ruben Boutons, double world champion, 5 times British champion, is closing in on the leader, hopefully from his point of view. Fastest on the track though, now in first in the 31s is Jan Medard, and Ed White has gone quickest. Ed White is now fast on the track. Now, that was Ed White's whole plan, to get both pit stops out of the way and set some record laps, and that's exactly what he's doing. He may be running 10th, but Ed White is fastest on track as we speak.
Now, for whatever reason, Lee Hackett is starting to lose touch of Ruben Boutons as well, so he may be holding up in the road and Somme at this point. It's interesting if those 4th and 5th place people do feel that Hackett is holding them up. If they can't get past, that could force the pit stop.
Unbelievably, new fastest lap of the race, and that goes to Ruben Boutons, double world champion, currently in 2nd place. And is anyone going to pit? Yes, they are. It's Neroda, Patrick Neroda.
As foretold by Spanners, Neroda's coming to get himself out of the shadow of Hackett at the moment. But if there was a theme song for Ruben Boutons, it would certainly be the Jaws theme. I think at the moment as he closes in on the Gerb.
Absolutely. Well, it was Patrick Neroda there who pitted out from between Hackett and Sune. So there's, as we see, there's Neroda, and he was the one who made the pit stop. So we'll see what happens here. Now, there's the leader, Gerb. There's Ruben Boutons. There's the gap where back to Lee Hackett, and then is Logan Sune. And I believe that Neroda was in that gap between Hackett and Sune. So there's Gerb, Boutons, and Hackett and Sune. You know what? Gerb's doing a great job staying ahead of Ruben Boutons, but he is the fastest on track, 31.8, and Boutons has halved the gap to Gerb, so Boutons is closing in. He's looking good for making it 6 championship wins, but you can't really call anything right now. He's right on the tail of Gerb. He's not going to pit. He's going to close in on the pole ahead of him.
Well, I think what you can call is that gap is going to close, and therefore Gerb is going to have to go defensive. We can count on that. It's already happening in front of our eyes.
Now, I remember back in 2014, Ruben Boutons' sister, Anneline Boutons, she was leading the final, having qualified on pole. Ruben Boutons came storming up through from 5th place, and he put a pass on his own sister to take the lead in the championship win back in 2014. And you can only imagine that was a very quiet drive back to Holland. So it is still Gerb, and Ruben Boutons is right on the tail now of the 4 times Polish champion there, Michael Gerb. Ruben Boutons is 0.2 of a second, but it's visual. He's right on the tail now of the Polish champion as they come around this fast part onto the backstretch. Now, Boutons' favourite overtaking place has been at the end of the straight here, but Gerb's onto that. He's on the inside. He's covering the pass.
Surely by now, though, we know that that's coming. I think Gerb, regardless of lap time, just has to stay to the left-hand side, make sure he's tight on that market, and not with Ruben.
Absolutely, and if as you say, Spanners, the theme tune for Boutons is going to be the Jaws theme, you can bet your life that that shark mouth is open going down the backstretch, because that is where Ruben Boutons, the world champion, has been making moves. He passed Hackett just for position a few laps ago at that very point. Now here it is, and Gerb's onto that. Gerb is covering the inside. Now Ruben's probably making an even tighter inside than even Gerb's allowing him there. It hasn't come off. Boutons switches to the outside and back across, but Gerb's got it covered. Now Ruben Boutons dropped back a little bit from Gerb there, but you can bet your life he'll be closing in. It's up to 0.6 of a second now is the lead gap, which frankly is nothing.
You can see where he's catching him. He is catching him through the slow stuff as well. He certainly does seem to have the pace around the end of the snake onto the back of the straight to catch up. And he had that on Hackett, and he's also got that.
Okay, an update on those early pit stoppers. Well, Lewis Manley, remember how he rolled the dice with an early pit stop? He wasn't looking quite confident, but he's up to 5th place now. Lewis Manley storming through up to 5th place. Ed White has made 2 stops. He's still 23 seconds behind the leader, so at the moment, from a win point of view, you'd have to say it may not pay off for Ed White, but he certainly will be up the order in the final reckoning. This could be a Tom Van Dijk job. Remember, this happened last year. We all forgot Tom Van Dijk, and he came through and nearly took the whole championship by doing a similar strategy to Ed White, and I'm sure Ed White's got that in mind for 2019.
I'm sure he has, James, but just going back to Manley for a second, he is pit adjusted in 6th, and we do have a pitter out, that's number 19.
Logan Sune has pitted from 4th place. He's dropped back behind Manley. Manley up to 4th place. Logan Sune, it seems forever when you stopped. He rejoins, and Sune has dropped to 6th place. 6th place for Sune now as he exits the pit.
He's trading paint with Naroda on the outside of the Snell, and I think he's got the inside line, so Naroda's going to have to fall back in behind.
Absolutely, it's a very close run thing for Sune. Naroda almost had him there, but luckily for Sune, he's managed to hold on. But Naroda is going to have a stab at him coming down the back straight, surely. He's absolutely on him. He's trying to pass the outside. It's Naroda to the outside. There we are on screen, and he's going around the outside, but it's not happened. Logan Sune's managed to hold on as they come into the stadium area here at Formula Fast in Milton Keynes, and they're crossing the line to start another lap.
Lee Hackett under pressure.
And Johan Medart is waving at Dean Hale. Johan Medart is waving away at Dean Hale. We're looking at the battle. Sune on Patrick Naroda here. It was Logan Sune came out of the pits right into the path of Patrick Naroda, and we've seen Patrick Naroda get pretty fierce this weekend, so could be fireworks here. They're onto the back stretch. What's Naroda going to do? He's well, he's not in a position to pass, so he's not going to take it. Now we're looking now at Dean Hale. He's waving Medart through, so obviously there was a bad pass going on, and Dean Hale has been forced to give the position back. We did see Medart waving earlier on.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, out of view was the move, but I think Medart waving in disgust and being put back into place by Hale suggests a bad pass somewhere around the track. So it's Michael Gerb. He's leading by 0.6 of a second from double world champion Ruben Boutons. Lee Hackett continues in 4th, 2.5 seconds behind. Lewis Manley, sorry, in 3rd, because Lewis Manley is up to 4th, and Lewis Manley, yeah, he's really closing in there. Johan Medart maintains the fastest lap though. He's down in 8th, and Johan Medart, who has moved up ahead of Dean Hale, being put back in place, is the fastest on the track. There's Lewis Manley, year in, year out, one of the top British hopes. He qualified way down the order, but he's now up to 4th. We'll see where he ends up when those pit stops cycle through.
Yeah, I think pit adjusted, he still is in 6th place, but the progress he's making is relative to the
Ruben Boutons just set the fastest lap of the race, a new fastest lap in this race for Ruben Boutons, 5 times British champ, and he has now moved to just half a second away from the leader, Michael Gerb. Now we're looking again at Logan Sune. He's not been able to get clear of Patrick Naroda. Patrick Naroda almost got him coming out of the pits, and he's staying with him. This could be very dangerous for Logan Sune. Logan Sune in 6th place now with Naroda 7th.
So Gerb has absolutely no reason or incentive whatsoever to hit as it stands right now. The only person who has the incentive to roll the dice at some point would be Boutons if he can't find a way past the track.
And someone we haven't mentioned but worthy of note here, Brandon Williams has moved up from 10th place into 5th as we speak. Obviously, depending on what his strategy is, he's 10 seconds away from the leader Gerb. That suggests no stop yet for Brandon Williams.
Yeah, that's right. So when he does pit, he's going to come out in 9th place behind Dean Hale as it stands at the minute.
Okay, with Brandon Williams is on screen now, and he's making his way around the course. He's not coming in this time. He's heading out to complete another lap. Behind him there, that's Sune and Niroda, and Williams will be very keen to stay ahead of that. Getting drawn back into that one will be disastrous for Brandon Williams' championship, because Logan Sune and Patrick Niroda are really hard at it. They're not passing and repassing, but Logan Sune has got Patrick Niroda absolutely stuck to his tail.
Big move by Ruben Boutens into the hairpin. He's definitely made a handful of contact. It'll be interesting to see if that was deemed as fair, but to be honest, it looks cleaner than a lot of the moves we've seen in that hairpin.
And Ruben Boutens takes the lead of the final of the British Rental Kart Championship 2019. The world champion is in the lead over Polish champion Michael Scherb, and there he is, Ruben Boutens, the world champion and 5 times British champ.
I tell you what, there was no hint whatsoever that he was going to make a move there on previous laps. He'd obviously been eyeing it up. He looks to have taken Gerb completely by surprise there.
Yeah, Ruben Boutens seriously strikes like a cobra, doesn't he? He comes from nowhere and he seems to make it work, and he's made it work on the Polish champ Michael Scherb, and Ruben Boutens, the current British champion and world championship champion, leads the way. 30 laps in, and we have 13 minutes remaining, so we're just over half distance now. Ruben Boutens, he's got his eye on the prize there and is leading the way. And interestingly, down the back of the field there, Ed White has closed in. Now remember, Ed White has made 2 stops. Ruben Boutens and Michael Scherb have made no stops. Now, we always allow 10, 11 seconds or so for a stop. Now, if Ruben Boutens is to make 2 stops now, Ed White is only 21 seconds back. He could lose the lead if he made 2 stops now. Ruben Boutens got some work to do, thinking about Ed White, and there's Ed White on picture now. Can the British driver have done enough? This could be the shock of shocks. Remember Tom Van Dijk last year? Exactly the same situation.
No, I don't want to temper your excitement, James. However, you should know that Boutens has spent time in battle, and they will have been taking time out of each other, whereas Ed White's circulating on his own at the moment as he just enters the backstretch.
Yeah, Ruben Boutens is still the fastest on the track. Ruben Boutens has the race record for this final, and he is leading the way. Let's see what happens with Ed White. Ed White's on the backstretch there. We're looking at Ed White. So there's Ed White. There's Logan Sune still fending off Patrick Niroda, and Ed White very fast. He's still 21 seconds back. It's still serious for Ruben Boutens. This is not over, because Ed White has got all his pit stops out of the way. We're looking back again at Sune. I know we don't want to temper any excitement, but this is serious. This is how Tom Van Dijk did it last year.
22 minutes left in the final, and you and I are sat here looking at the gap between first place on the track and last place on the track. But into the pit now we have Niroda.
This is Niroda's second stop, I believe, Spanners. So Niroda, this is it now. When he goes out, it's just game on to the flag. He drops to last. Ed White is up a position, and that's 4th position because Ed White's done all his pit stops. He's 5 seconds to the good on Niroda. Very interesting indeed that. Ed White is not out of this game. In fact, I think this shows how well Ed White's done.
So let's look at the gap between Ruben Boutens and Ed White. That is the gap to watch, we think, at the moment. At the moment, it's 21.9. Write that down, kids. You'll need to remember it later.
As things stand right now, Spanners, I would stick my neck out and say, literally, the way things will cycle through here, if the gaps were to stay similar, Ed White, although he's just dropped to 22 seconds, he's good on paper for a top 3 finish, even though he's running 9th. Top 3 finish potential for Ed White there, and that will be absolutely amazing. He was top British driver last year, but he certainly wasn't top 3. Incredible performance by young Ed White. He's been around a while now, and he's very good indeed, highly rated by all the Brits.
Yeah, certainly. He's one of those markers that if you can keep up with Ed White, if you have a good race against Ed White, you've done well.
Yeah, he's got the speed, he's got the strategy, and he knows how to get it done. And that could be an inspired early pit stop. We know to look down the order because of Tom Van Dijk last year, because he nearly caught Ruben Boutens out. He certainly caught us out.
Oh, it was close, wasn't it? Yes.
Yeah, remember, because Tom Van Dijk came from nowhere by 2 stops early on. When Ruben Boutens came out the pitch, we were thinking about Johan Medart, and suddenly there was Tom Van Dijk nearly taking the lead. They were side by side.
It's good to know someone's been watching those old YouTube videos.
Yes, I think Ed White was paying particular attention to that one. He was in the final last year. He obviously watched it back and keep an eye on what was happening with Van Dijk. Now there is Ed White. Ed White, this could be one of the most inspired runs this year now. I think on paper, Ed White, I'm going to stick my neck out. I don't want to tempt fate, but Ed White could be looking for a top 3 finish. He's way off the leads at the moment, 22 seconds back, but he's got both pit stops in hand. He's just got to go through to finish. He's 22 seconds behind the leader, with no stops to make, and the leaders have two. At least 10 seconds lost each time they pit. And there's Hale.
There you go, it's all right. Dan Hale pits. We've spotted the same thing. Let's see, though. I think he is going to slot out behind the number 8 of Neroda, so Dan Hale resumes his position, propping up the grid.
Traditional arm waving coming out the pits there. Was that an oh no arm wave, or was that Slavek Piskor's taking a photo of him and Dean Hale was waving?
It's hard to tell. Racing drivers are both emotional and show-offs, so it could be either.
Absolutely, and Dean Hale's got a lot to show off with, because he's made the final of the British Rental Kart Championship at the first attempt. A great show there. A drive-through penalty though for Dean Hale. Oh my goodness, it must have been an oh my goodness wave, because Dean Hale has been given a drive-through penalty, an invalid stop. He obviously jumped the gun on that final stop. Here he is taking his penalty. That's killed it for Dean Hale. Surely it's going to be taking place for him. Certainly, given the standard of competition he's up against, you cannot give anything away.
When his hand flops out of the car, that's okay in the pit lane, Dean, but not on the track.
And Slavek Piskor's down there. The Polish driver has got pictures of them both, and he's got a picture now in the pit lane. It's Sune, isn't it?
It certainly is Sune as Ed White rotates past it. He's now 2 stops for Sune now, so Ed White is ahead of him on track.
I believe so. Ed White now has started his relentless move to the front.
Neroda and Sune battling on track for position. They've both made 2 stops, and it looks like Sune has managed to stay in front, and that is going to be like 18 minutes. How long is left?
8 minutes.
8 minutes left of those 2 battling towards the checkered flag, I think.
Yeah, that Sune and Neroda battle is going to go down to the wire for sure. Most importantly, from his point of view, who we're looking at now, Ed White has leapfrogged them. It's working for Ed White. These early pit stops, he's playing into his hands. Surely he could be on for a top 3 finish. We've got to keep an eye on Ed White. There he is. Ruben Bouters continues to lead, 40 laps in now, but Ed White is doing what it takes to get himself right into the top of the table.
Neroda is doing everything he can to jump into Sune's kart and get a lift for the checkered flag at the moment.
And that last lap was a new fastest lap of the race for world champion Ruben Bouters, who leads the way. He's now fastest, a new record lap for this race.
Well, if Ed White's going to do something, if he's going to respond, if he's going to threaten for the lead, it has to be him.
Absolutely, and we're looking at the leader of the race, the champion, Ruben Bouters there. Comes over from Holland every year. In fact, he does many championships. He's off to Sweden next weekend. He's competing in the Swedish Championship, and if he stays where he is, he's going to do it with 1,000 quid in his pocket.
Now, hang on then. Rubens is coming up to 2 guys, and if they are unable to get out of his way, that might change the equation a little bit as well.
Absolutely, at this level, good grief. Look who it is. It's the Sune-Neroda battle. If anything, you would cause you to go straight into pit lane, Spanners, but that is why Ruben Bouters has stayed out, so he's got things in hand so he can deal with this kind of thing.
Yeah, he can take one of the pit stops now and he can take one later, or actually he can probably take them both now and still come out ahead of Ed White.
Yeah, but if he took them both now, he may well put himself behind Johan Medart,
who I'm sure would happily just wait by.
Of course, yes, teammate and clearly close friend. But Ruben Bouters now is coming up towards the back of Logan, and they're fighting position. Ruben Bouters will see that. Is he going to come in? No, he's not going to come in, but I bet it doesn't last more than a lap before he's in the pits there. Ruben Bouters crossing the line, but he's crossing the line right behind now Logan Sune and Patrick Neroda. They're fighting fiercely. They're the 2 battlers, and here's Ruben Bouters, the race leader. This could be disastrous for Boone, and it could be fantastic news for Ed White. What's going to happen here?
They're waving the blue flags, but they are in such a deep battle that
Logan Sune looking over his shoulder, he doesn't know who to let through, and well, Patrick Neroda's a bit of an early blue flag because they are going so fast that Ruben Bouters can't close in on them. I reckon Boone's going to pit. I reckon he's going to pit. No, he doesn't. Oh my goodness, he does not. He clearly feels it's not a problem. Spanners, what's happening here?
If it was just one of them, Bouters could calculate that, I'm not going to catch him for another lap, but it's 2 of them and they're taking chunks out of each other. So Bouters might have made a slight error here, although it does look like Neroda's going to let him by, so he now only has to deal with.
Yeah, and Neroda's going to try and stay with Bouters. He may use Bouters as the lever to pass Sune. This depends. It would be disastrous for Neroda if Bouters pits this lap, because then he won't have needed to let him through. But luckily for him, Bouters continues now. If Ruben Bouters has to put Logan Sune a lap down, you can bet your life that Neroda is going to try and jump Sune for position as Bouters passed him. Neroda there is doing exactly the right thing. He's sticking absolutely on the bumper of Ruben Bouters. He's going to try and follow him through past Logan Sune should Bouters stay out on the track.
Goodish news for fans of local hero Lewis Manley. He is starting to close that gap between Lee Hackett and make a battle of it. That said, as I was waiting to say that, he has made a couple.
Bouters in. race leader in. Now it's pretty serious here because with 5 minutes remaining, there's a lot of people who've got 2 stops to make. Some with the Swan. Ruben Boutens, he's got some in hand, but not much because Lee Hackett and Gerber's take the lead from Hackett. Manley, Boutens resumes in 4th, but he's clear. He's clear of, is that
it's Hale
the
in
Hale
front of him.
behind him?
Yeah, it's Hale
Brandon
behind
Williams
him.
is behind him for position, but it's Hale who's behind him physically on the track there.
I don't think Hale's going to bother.
Hale's kind of just waving
point,
there,
yeah.
isn't he, to Ruben? Yeah, people in the background, I think, around back where we can't see. He's having a great time.
He's doing a fishing rod motion to try and catch up with him.
Oh, no, Sherber, the leader, the one who took the lead, and Hackett is now in the lead. Double British champion, Lee Hackett, takes the lead, 40 laps complete. Hackett has made no stops. He's got 4 minutes to do it. Ruben Boutens has got to make another one. Manley's up to second. Lewis Manley's up to second ahead of Ruben Boutens.
Both of those guys up front with 0 stops. No?
So Lewis Manley is in second place. It's Lee Hackett. Lee Hackett, is he going to come in? Yes, he is. Lee Hackett, the race leader picks. People have got to get him out of the way now. There's Lee Hackett, the race leader, double British champion.
He's very good through the first part of that pit stop. He's definitely giving a bit of a stutter on the accelerator. Shouldn't cost him too much. Looks like a good stop overall. Now in front of Medard.
Excellent job there by Lee Hackett. It is a quick one, about, 10.5 seconds, I think, but we're looking at the actual race leader there. It is Lewis Manley. So many times the British hope. He's got some pit stops to make, so he may not be able to hang on to that one. Ruben Boutens in second. Boutens continues to have the record lap for this race. And Manley into the pits. Lewis Manley into the pits.
Oh, this will be key then to see if he can make up any ground. Number 14 car coming around the final turn now. This is going to be awfully close. He's going to be on the outside of Manley, and they're going to be battling through the snail section. I think Hackett's going to have enough to just to cut his nose off, and Manley doesn't respond with the lunge.
Yes, he has. And Brandon Williams is in the pits as Lee Hackett fends off Lewis Manley, and assuming the lead there, we're looking at the race leader, Ruben Boutens, back into the lead. 50 laps into the books. They've made 50 laps now with 2 minutes 48 remaining, and Ruben Boutens is coming in the pits for a second stop. Now, where's he going to come out? It's going to be in near Ed White. This is crucial. Ed White's only 11 seconds back. Where's Ed White? This is crucial. Ed White may have done it. Manley's coming in behind Boutens.
It's a clean stop as well.
Hackett takes the lead, but where's Ed White? Where's Ed White?
He's just behind him, about a second down the road.
There's Ed White we're looking at, and Ed White, yes, he's just behind, 1 second behind Ruben Boutens, but this may be Ed White's chance to go right up the order. Remember, he double pit stop, he moved right to the tail of the field, and now he's come through. He's currently 4th.
He's second in real terms and net second, if you like. So if he wants to have a go at Ruben Boutens, there he is on the track. Go for it, son.
Absolutely, and have we any pit stops? Surely Medard. Yes, it is Medard. Medard is in the pits now. Johan Medard's out of second place. There's Medard, there's Ruben Boutens, continue on. Medard back into the race.
He's going to come out just behind Lewis Manley. Lewis Manley's going to have enough to chop his nose off, even before they go into
Lewis Manley, yeah, you're right there, Spanners. Lewis Manley's done it. So at the moment, in the pits there's Brandon Williams completing his second lap. Their second stop, sorry.
Yeah,
a bit further up the road than second lap.
For a net 9th place.
Yeah, the race leader, Ruben Boutens, but look at this, Ed White is right with him. This is a fight for the championship.
Lee Hackett's in the pits now.
Hackett has now been dumped. There's only 1.5 minutes, and just like Tom Van Dyke last year, Ed White is taking the fight to Ruben Boutens by early pit stops. This is a fight for the championship and £1,000 on the line. Ed White wants it from Ruben Boutens. There's the leader, Ed White. There's Ed White second. There's Ruben Boutens in the lead. Just 1 minute 10 remaining.
So Lee Hackett's come out of his last pit stop in front of Lee Manley.
Indeed, Lewis Manley in 6th place. There's Ruben Boutens. Is he going to make it 6 British Championships in a row? Ed White is the one place to challenge him. Ed White is second, but he's not close enough. They're into the final minute, Spanners. They're into the final minute as Ruben Boutens continues around the snail section in the lead with Ed White in tow.
Yeah, well, he's not dropping Ed White. I don't know if there's going to be enough time, but it actually looks like genuinely Ed White's got the pace to at least bring that gap down.
Yeah, and surely this is going to be the last lap. Maybe we'll see if they're preparing to check a flag. And this is it for the British Championship. The British champion of 2019 is going to be the epic Ruben Boutens. Wins it again, 6 consecutive championships. What can you say? Ruben Boutens, the finest rental kart driver, the finest indoor kart driver in the world, has managed to make it 6 consecutive British Championship wins. Ed White, the best placed Brit, He tried to, well, he did a Tom van Dijk. If Tom van Dijk is back there watching this in Holland, he's going to be saying, hang on, I did that last year. And an amazing performance by double world champion and now 6 times champion Ruben Boutens. Spanners, we've run out of things to say about him, haven't we?
Run out of things to say maybe about Boutens right now in terms of superlatives, but Ed White had a real great hard push. The only people who had the on-track power to do anything about Boutens was Hackett and Gerbs, and I have to go.
Okay, so an amazing performance there. Ruben Boutens has won the British Championship for an unprecedented 6th time. And Ruben Boutens not only 6 championship wins, but 6 consecutive time. And so a fantastic performance there. We're going to get him as he gets out of the kart if we can. Amazing effort there by Ruben Boutens. And making our way down. Going to catch up with Ruben Boutens. 6 consecutive championships. Ruben Boutens hugs his sister Annaline, hugs his mum, 6 times British champion. Lewis Manley congratulates Ruben Boutens. The unthinkable has happened, an incredible performance here with Ruben Boutens taking the British Championship. Ruben's unbelievable result there, incredible. Tell us about it, how are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good.
6 times British champion Ruben Boutens, and here we are, this Ruben Boutens here. Rubens, I know you've just got out of the car, but please tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, I'm feeling very, very delighted. It's amazing to be here 6 years in a row and win it 6 times. It's hard to believe. The qualification was so close, so I knew from 3rd place was not impossible, but definitely not easy. But I knew I had the best kart, so yeah, I knew I had to be patient, wait for the right moment, because typically I prefer to overtake the end of the straight, but yeah, Michael was defending really well there, so I had to search for another spot, and it worked out perfectly.
Oh, it did indeed work out perfectly. Ed White, though, gave you a run for your money. Ed White did a bit of a Tom van Dijk. If you watch the replay of the race, you'll see 2 very early pit stops by Ed White. Did you have him in mind? I mean, because obviously Tom van Dijk nearly caught everybody napping last year, didn't he? So were you aware of Ed White's situation?
Yeah, I was very well aware because he was at some point 21.8 seconds behind. So I knew 2 pit stops would be not that much margin. But yeah, then when I passed Michael, I could increase the gap to 22.5. So then I knew I could take it easy in the pit, and yeah, but he was pretty close. In the last laps, we were firing 31.5, so it was really, really close. But yeah, I'm super happy.
It was an amazing performance, Ruben. Obviously, we'll be seeing you later for the presentation, but well done indeed. Congratulations, mate, and very good luck at the next weekend and in the World Championship. Excellent job. So we're going to try and catch up with anybody we can. Have we got Ed White anywhere? Here comes Ed White. Ed White, we're going to grab him before he... Ed White is here. Here is Ed White. Ed, unbelievable performance. Now, 2nd place, top place British driver. You nearly stuck it to Ruben Boutens, and that is saying something. It's a fantastic 2nd place. Now, last year we saw Tom van Dijk in the final make 2 very early pit stops, and he nearly leapfrogged Boutens. Was that on your mind? Have you been studying the videos?
Well, I just thought that they'd all be battling, and I thought if we're getting clean air, get some clean laps in. But yeah, Ruben got by them pretty quickly, and then it was just, he was doing purple laps after that, and I couldn't do anything about it.
Absolutely, he was very fast, but you were very close to him at the end. At the end there, when you could see him when he came out of the pits, did you think, do you know what, this is on?
He pitted with 2 minutes to go. The gap was a bit too big to have a bit of a race with, but yeah, no, I'm happy with 2nd. Really pleased with that.
Well, that was a fantastic performance. Really, really good there. Congratulations, Ed White, top British driver, and a fantastic showing here at the British Rental Kart Championship. So we're going to try and find Gerb. Where's Michael Gerb? Oh, well, actually, Lee Hackett is with Spanners. Take it away, boys.
I've just got a quick word with Lee. Lee, you know your job was to hold Ruben up there, don't you?
I tried my best, to be honest. I didn't think there was a gap there, and suddenly he was there. I was like, what? It was only half a kart. But yeah, impressive move. Really good drive from Ruben, got past the 2 who qualified ahead of him, so what can you say, 6-time champ. Gutted to come 4th actually, just off the podium, so...
in the end though, did very well to hold off Manley as well and stay ahead of him.
Yeah, I had the 7th pick of the kart, so to finish 4th, pretty happy.
Oh, I love it. A nice little excuse in at the end as well. No, great performance, Lee Hackett. Well done there. Let's see, let's pan back. Let's see who James has caught up with. I'm just going to see and get the attention of James here, who's been talking to Ruben Boutins. He's a big fan of Ruben himself, watched him win all 6 of his titles, and then the 7th before that was Lee Hackett, who we've just spoken to as well. But like Lee was saying, he just had no idea that Boutins was going to make that move at all.
No, it came from nowhere. We were watching it and we had no idea he was going to make the move, and we had the benefit of being watching up from high. So absolutely outstanding there. Ruben Boutins just suddenly was on the inside and made the pass, and of course it caught Lee out, caught us out, and we were watching from above. So if it catches us out, we're watching from above. It's going to get, going to really, struggle for Lee Hackett to see that. Very quickly, Lewis Manley. Lewis, early pit stops for you. How was it shaping up for you? Did you think you had a chance?
I didn't think podium was not impossible, because I found my pace was very good. I'm so happy with 5th place. To start from 9th to finish 5th, that's over the moon with that. I pitted 2 pit stops very late because I saw the others coming in and start fighting and defending. I thought, this is my chance, and I took it. And so obviously P5, couldn't have asked for any better. I'm so happy.
Excellent job there, Lewis Manley. Obviously making the final. We always actually expect that from you, and every year you deliver. So well done indeed, mate. And we're going to go and see if we can get a word with Brandon Williams. Brandon Williams, of course, a debutant. Brandon, sorry to pull you away. Can we get an interview with you here? Brandon Williams, you made the final in your first BRKC. I know you're a champion with Golf Kart Sport, but this is quite an epic performance. We don't see people normally make a debut and make it into the final. How are you feeling?
Not the best, to be honest.
Not the best? You've just been in the final of the British Championship and you weren't last.
Oh yeah, I was happy I was in the final. I would have been last, but Dean messed up one of his pit stops. But yeah, I'm happy to be in the final, but just...
In the final against some of the best of the world, Dante Dillon, of course, behind you. We understand that Dillon actually waved you through in the semi-final, and that gave you just enough points to ensure a place in the final. Pretty good show by him. That very sportsmanlike indeed.
Yeah, in the same team, so you had to do it really.
Absolutely. Well, theoretically, everyone is on out for themselves here. Obviously, your first time here at the British Rental Kart Championship, indoor racing as well. How do you feel about the situation?
I think try it outdoor next year. We'll see how it goes on.
Oh, it's always going to be indoor. It's the indoor championship. Obviously, this year, Golf Kart Sport again for you?
No, I didn't do it last year either. I haven't done it
right.
since 2016.
All right, I thought you were the reigning champion. You've obviously won it before.
Sam Lovelace won it last year.
Oh, okay. Well, we had you listed down as being the champion, so well, you should have kept that one quiet because it's on live out now. But, oh, fine. So you were a champion previously. That's great there. Brandon, will you be back next year?
Yeah, we'll have to see.
Okay, well, hopefully you will be, because it was a star turn this year. Slavik, have we... here we are. Michael Zerb and Michael Spanners.
Well, I was just going to say to Michael, at the beginning of the weekend, if we'd have said to you, hey, 3rd place, you might have taken it. But in context, there was more to offer.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad result for me. I'm first time in BRKC. That was really nice race, really nice qualifying. My card wasn't fast enough to win with these 2 guys, but I hope in the next year will be better.
So disappointing to lose out in the final hairpin here, but it was a fantastic move. Very firm, but a fair move.
Yeah, I feel that he's in my bag, but I think I didn't give him enough gap, but as we can see, when make it better. He's really nice, he can concentrate, his racing style is really in highest level.
But of all the things to be disappointed about, 3rd place in the British Rental Kart Championships, it's not bad.
Yeah, of course, it's a nice result.
You're going to be back next year to fight for a win?
Yeah, I think so.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
I believe you. I think we've got definitely more to see from you and your brother as well. Great performances from those guys. Let's go and wander and catch up with James. Can you move that thing, can you? Can you walk and talk? That's okay. So we're going to go up. As you can see, they're setting up the podium over here. And let's see if all 3 people can stay upright for the podium ceremony this week. And of course, we've had a great time here. James, let's catch up with you. We've got the attention of the live stream, and we've got the attention, and now that we've got the attention of everyone, why don't we try and catch up with the race organiser? But it has been a fantastic event. We've had great fun up there all weekend.
Spanners, it's been a wonderful tournament, and helpful to us, arguably, has been the unpredictability of the results. I mean, when you consider people like Conor Marsh, a midfield driver generally is how he's regarded, with the occasional time to shine. But he's actually taken it to the front, and he's shown he's won races. Amazing performance.
Think back to Amira picking up a race win as well.
I mean, was that the win of the weekend, really?
I mean, possibly.
Ross Amira.
But there's even more
Unbelievable.
than that, Llewellyn as well, picking up a race win and coming and chatting with me too.
Staggering.
He seemed quite staggered as well. He came and apologised. He said, "I'm sorry about that interview." I said, "No, it was fine." He goes, "I wasn't expecting it."
No, absolutely. Well, if he's back next year, he'll probably polish up, won't he? Just in case he wins again. But some astounding performances. We're going to go and have a little word now with the circuit manager.
We're going to surprise you, Phil. Here's the very cool Phil Stanley, who he's in charge of this place. How do you feel the event has gone? Thank you so much for putting on such a great event.
No problem, yeah. Very good, exciting as always. Kept us on our toes in race control. Very close racing as always. Very good event.
Thank you very much, Phil, a man of many
It has to be said, the event gets better and better every year. The kart's so even here. I know they run a very tight ship, but there's no real complaints, and everyone gets a fair crack of the whip. So the champion ends up being the most worthy. Once again, it's Ruben Boutens, 6 times champion.
Even without the pizza, this has been a fantastic event. But yeah, Ruben Boutens, he's creating a legend for himself, isn't he?
Yeah, he's creating a legend for himself all over the world because he wins championships consistently. He's front runner in the World Championship. He's won the last 2 world titles, and of course there's no stopping him. He's off to Sweden next week to win the Swedish Championship, as far as he's concerned. The man's a machine.
He certainly is. And wasn't there a rule before that if you couldn't carry your own ballast, you couldn't enter the competition? I think these trolleys are a bit of a cheat.
They are, and of course Guillermo van Pamelen was famous last year for actually not physically being able to lift his own weights. Such was the amount of weight that was going into the cart that he physically wasn't strong enough to lift it. Guillermo this time appeared to be able to carry his own weight, obviously. They've obviously taken him to Burger King in the meantime or whatever. But what we're waiting for now is the prize giving, so please, on the live stream, stick around for that. And we'll be on with that as soon as possible. They're just going to prepare that, and we'll be straight in with the action for that one.
It's glad that we still get a bit of extra time to talk. I thought they were going to cut away, but apparently the live stream cannot get enough of you and me.
Okay.
Speaking of Van Pamelen, he just missed out on the final, but he's got time on his side, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. I mean, very young driver. He's won junior championships. He's the reigning European junior championship. Surely he's going to be a factor in the world championship. In fact, when you look at Van Pamelen, he potentially is a finalist at world level. He narrowly missed out this time, and Van Pamelen, among the best in the world. I think the big loser, was it who was 11th? It was Dan Healy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Dan Healy was 11th. It was
only by 1 place, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
He missed out.
And when you consider that Brandon Williams managed to jump in there on the basis that he got waved through by Dante Dillon, who realised he himself could not make the final. He very generously waved Brandon Williams through, didn't he? So Dan Healy is probably a little bit grumpy right now.
Well, there is a team event, isn't there?
Yes, there is. In the same team.
I don't know if we are announcing any of the team winners, but I know that Ed White's team, for example, finished 2nd.
We'll be looking at that when we get the scores in. We'll see what happens. Obviously, it's fundamentally an individual championship, and of course, Ruben Boutens has won. But it's going to be very, very interesting for next year because Ruben Boutens had to work hard for this one. I know Tom van Dijk nearly beat him last year, but throughout the heats, it was a tougher proposition this time around.
Oh, it certainly was. I mean, we saw him out of his comfort zone, but did we, in some way, by making it harder for him in the heats, just evolve a harder, stronger, tougher Boutens? Well, I think we've hurt ourselves, if you like.
Well, I love the way we did it, as if you and I were actually out there challenging the world champion. But on a serious note, though, the point you make is correct. Ruben Boutens was forced into a position where he had to start making robust passes. He had to make robust passes on people who were going very fast, and of course that meant that he really had to go for it, and that was a factor. We're going to have a quick word with series organiser Brad Philpott. Brad, it's been a cracking championship again. How do you feel?
I feel very good. That was the most exciting race in any BRKC event I've witnessed. So
it was, and we've got the feeling that Ruben Boutens, although he's won an unprecedented 6th title, this was the hardest he's had to work.
Yeah, he definitely had to fight for that, didn't he? We had this feeling that he'd find a way to do it anyway, but just all the backstories. Ed White coming on his own, just setting those fast lap times, and would Ruben get held up by defending Gerber? And did you notice where it looked like he deliberately just backed off enough to stop the leader from defending?
Yeah, that was in the early stages. He kind of was in the attack to Gerb, and then when he backed off from Gerb, it went to sort of 0.6 of a second, and then he went for it again. So he really might have been luring him in for false sense of security. Obviously, only Ruben Boutins knows that. One interesting thing of this whole tournament, though, Brad, has been some of the shock winners.
Yeah.
Ross O'Mara, I mean, with all due respect to Ross, we've seen him further down the order, 8th, 9th, 10th, battling to get, if he can, into the midfield. And then suddenly, on merit, he pulls off a spectacular win. A really good show from the likes of him. Conor Marsh, we've seen actually beat people on merit. This is not someone who's somehow managed to get through to the win. Both cases, and Llewellyn, of course, too, they actually drove themselves to the front and took the win.
Yeah, there have been some really mega performances in basically every race. There wasn't one race this weekend that I watched and thought, oh, this is quite an easy one, or this is one of the weaker races.
Yeah.
There weren't weak races this year. It was just hard all the way through.
Absolutely, and there's been something strong, something serious to talk about in every race. There's never been any sort of race which we could call, well, it's a bit of a filler. In the commentary, we've not really had time to talk about some of the things like the team situation and everything else that we were actually thinking we might end up talking about, because the action on track has been so tough. From my point of view, I think this actually has been the most action-packed BRKC, not least of which some of the out-of-position driving, should we say. But somehow through all of it, the winner's the same, Ruben Boutins. 6 consecutive championships you've used.
It is absolutely incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
But he was run very, very close by some guys this year.
Yeah.
It was 44 races of just brilliant viewing. So I can't wait to watch some of them back on YouTube.
And of course, the one thing Ruben Boutins win this year, he's been forced to make robust moves to fight for position. Normally we see Ruben Boutins either strategy his way around things or just run away. But this time, of course, he's actually had to fight on a number of occasions. Interestingly, he's done most of his work down the hairpin at the end of the back stretch there. And he's probably made more passes for position down there than anyone else, even though we're not used to seeing him do that.
Yeah, and don't you think it's ironic that actually the move that helped him beat Ed White in the end was done at the Ed White corner, the corner that Ed normally does his passes?
Yes, it was. When he got Lee Hackett, an incredible move on there. Now, talking of Ed White there, you mentioned Ed White. Very early pit stops. Tom Van Dijk did the same last year. Ed White had obviously sort of picked up a little bit of a trick there. All the time we were wise, because last year Tom Van Dijk not only nearly caught Ruben Boutins out, but nearly caught all of us out. We didn't see that coming. So an early pit stopper was always going to be someone that was being looked at. Ed White, it nearly worked for him as well.
Yeah, we were certainly watching Ed, and a lot of the guys on the live stream, I was reading the comments, they definitely spotted him doing that as well. So it was really the story of the race for us was just seeing how that panned out. But what really won Ruben that in the end was a string of 0.6 second, 31.6, I think, over and over and over.
Absolutely.
And it just didn't quite have that last tenth at the crucial moment.
Yeah, obviously the only person in front of Ed White was Ruben Boutins, so you'd say, well, yeah, take Ruben's out and Ed's the winner. Obviously his, because he was second. But I think it took, to beat Ed White there, not taking anything away from Ruben Boutins, but it took somebody of Ruben Boutins' calibre to defeat Ed White.
Yeah, and there's only one Ruben Boutins, and he's really done the job again. So should we?
Absolutely right.
Should we hand out some trophies to him?
Yeah, I think it's trophy time now. So we're going to be looking at the at people coming forward. Have we got the trophies for the podium?
I don't think so yet.
Yes, they are. Okay then, so we're going to start now with the trophies, and we're going to be awarding these. And first of all, it's the new team award, and well, without doubt it goes to the best team in karting at the moment. It is, of course, from Belgium, Blue Star Racing. Yeah. Spanners is going to award so Blue Star Racing, we need you coming forward, boys. Here comes Ruben Boutins, and so Blue Star Racing, Ruben Boutins, Johan Medart, Logan Sune. Needs some representation from Blue Star. Well, I'm pleased to say they were all faster than this on the track. And so Blue Star Racing were very rapid on the track, but I think they got that many trophies that it does take a little bit of time for them to come forward and get them. So for Blue Star Racing, we've got Ruben Boutens, Logan Sune and Johan Medard. So, wonderful performance there by the best team on the scene at the moment, Blue Star Racing. And just posing there for pictures, we have, of course, Ruben Boutens, Logan Sune and Johan Medard. Fantastic. That was the new team award. Okay, now we have a very special trophy, and this is awarded to the person who we think has put in the most spectacular performance, and the one that's made it a little bit more special, someone who's kind of pulled something off a little bit here. Now, this is the Genevieve Reason Trophy. Genevieve Reason was an employee here at Formula Fast. Unfortunately, she died in an accident a few years ago, and we award this in her honour to someone who's sort of pulled something a bit spectacular. And it's been a very tough year to decide who that's going to go to. But this year, it's been a really tight one, but just grabbing it, because he's been away from the scene, come back, and he's made himself into a real challenger. Step forward, please. Lee Hackett, Genevieve Reason Trophy Award winner 2019. Well done, Lee Hackett. Lee Hackett posing for photos there, Genevieve Reason Trophy winner. It was a very tight one to award there, but Lee Hackett, he'd been away for a while, but he's come back recently, and amazing performance there. Former double British champion. Next one up, of course, is another trophy that we award for, it's a memorial one as well. Now, it's the Cam Ho Trophy. This is awarded to drivers over 40 years of age. Now, just quickly to explain this one, when the BRKC was first brought into play, most of the drivers are unknown to each other, and Cam Ho was a driver who somehow claimed to be able to throw away trophies because he had 2 sheds and a whole room filled with them. So he came to the BRKC, didn't do quite so well, and I remember Cam and I was struggling at the World Championship in 2011, and so Cam, a great driver, he was in his 60s. Unfortunately, Cam passed away a couple of years ago, so in honour of him, we're going to award the Cam Ho Masters Trophy for drivers over 40 years of age, and in this case, it goes undisputedly to the South African driver, Richard Jute. Come forward, Richard Jute, a race winner this weekend. Well done, Richard. Excellent, the Cam Ho Trophy, well done indeed. Please do.
Thank you to Belinda, Dylan, Dalton, and the Orange Gang. This is for you guys.
Superb. Oh, pose for some pictures there, please. Yes, hold it up nice and proud, as if you've just won there, Richard. Fantastic. Now we come to the silverware, and of course this is the first, second, and third. We're going to go in reverse order, and then we'll have the champagne spraying. So we're just loading the trophies up. We know what the result is. We're going to start with third place. The trophies are just being put into place. So third place in the British Rental Kart Championship 2019. Step up, Michael Sherb. Fantastic there, Michael Sherb, debutant and podium finisher. Well done, sir. Third place trophy, there is Michael Sherb from Poland. One of the 2 racing Sherb brothers. Okay, second place, and took the fight to Ruben Boutens. The most incredible performance, a bit like Tom van Dijk last year, almost taking the win, only a couple of seconds behind. Step forward, second place from the United Kingdom, Ed White. Fantastic job there, Ed, second place, top British driver, wonderful performance. Ed White. Congratulated there by Michael Sherb. Ed White, second place. Now, the top trophy, it of course goes for the unprecedented 6th occasion. Who can it be? No one else. It's Ruben Boutons. 6-time British champion. Unbelievable. There we go. So hold up the trophies, boys. Nearly. There we have it, Michael Scherb, Ed White, and the champion 2019, Ruben Boutons. So, posing for photographs just before the champagne spraying. Those remembering the champagne spraying last year will remember how Johan Medart nearly took out the race winner, slipped on his own champagne.
Let's run.
And Ruben Boutons coating second place Ed White, absolutely nailed. I've never seen anyone quite so stoked. And, a late starter there. Gerber is coming fully armed now. He's not got the top off yet. What's going to happen here? He's shaking it up. This could get nasty. Oh, fires it away. Ruben Boutons, wet as can be. Poor old Ed White. 2 bottle loads all over him. Oh, I'm not in the middle of that.
You need a tea towel. I think he's scared of it.
So, an incredible British Rental Kart Championship 2019. Ed White not been able to open his yet, a faulty one. Gosh, Brad Philpott nearly getting a mouthful there. Ruben Boutons covered and gets his own back on Michael Gerber. Fantastic show. This time everybody stands up straight. Okay then, so Spanners 2019 British Rental Kart Championship draws to a close. Been the best one yet, really, and we can only look back on this championship. It's all there on YouTube, and look forward to 2020, would you believe?
And don't underestimate your own contribution, James Auld, Mr. BRKC, the voice of the tournament. Thank you for keeping us company as well.
No problem, Spanners. Thank you as well. A great inclusion there at Spanners with all the pit lane commentary. It's been a fantastic tournament, and goodbye, one more year from Spanners and myself. Thank you very much for watching live stream. Excellent work on the footage by Darren Cook and his team, and of course Phil Stanley and all at Formula Fast here in Milton Keynes. One more year is done. Join us next year for the 2020 British Rental Kart Championship.
Smile and wave, James.
Cheerio.